for today, we have a plan that may be poorly advised. Might be an adequate way to describe it. But the plan is, we are not going to be playing swamps in Standard. And we're going to see how viable that is. So, to start things off, the general idea I wanted to try to do was to explore this potential idea that I guess that Grafted Identity feels like a reasonable card right now, is the main way to phrase this. I don't know if that's, even actually true, but Grafted Identity stealing giant Raffines and stealing your opponent's Shieldreds just feels pretty reasonable. So, for those of you who don't know, Grafted Identity is an interesting card with Storm the Festival, because if you choose to put Grafted Identity into play with Storm the Festival, you do not have to pay the additional cost to cast it, because you're not casting it. And also, if you put an aura onto the battlefield without a target, it gets to just choose the thing that it is attached to when it enters play. Meaning that you don't have to pay ward costs, and also it gets around hexproof. So you just get to steal a creature completely for free off Storm the Festival. It's pretty good. So, the question becomes then, how do we get a deck that casts Storm the Festival, and how do we build a deck that gets to do Grafted Identity stuff without falling prey to Invoke Despair? That means that we, I think, want to play a really go-wide sort of strategy that gives us lots of things to sacrifice. And aside from Wedding Announcement just being a powerful card, it does both of those things, and also provides us with a lot of go-wide things to sacrifice to Grafted Identity on curve, which I like. So, this felt like a kind of natural place to start to me. Then we also have to have Storm the Festival be good with other things, so that makes me want... Wrenn and Seven seems kind of interesting in the sense that, one, the upticks give us lands to get to the point where we eventually cast the flashback on Storm the Festival. Two, makes a really big creature with reach that doesn't die to most removal. Like, is the Tree Folk token not kind of good again? Hideaway does not let you cheat auras into play. You do have to cast the card off of Hideaway, which means you have to pay the additional cost, and you have to pay ward costs. But I kind of like Wrenn and Seven just making a 5/5 reach card that grows right now. We no longer have Isika's Chariot, which was like the part of this card that was busted, but making a big creature that blocks flyers seems kind of good. Because almost everyone runs Doomblade? Yeah, like 2 or 3 copies. That's not a huge number of copies of Doomblade. So, I want to try some number of Wrenn and Seven. I want to try some number of 5-mana Elspeth. I want to try some number of Wandering Emperor, and I think that basically rounds out the top end that makes Storm the Festival have a reasonable number of large hits. The White Werewolf that exiles has the problem of being a 2/2, which means that it dies to cut down, which isn't very exciting as a 3/3. So, the other things... Oh, right. I was going to also kind of go into this tangent. Earlier today, I was having a conversation on Twitter. I guess a conversation, you could call it. As close to a conversation as something can be on Twitter. And basically the topic was, why is black the most popular color in Standard? And I sat around thinking about it for a while because I didn't like a lot of the default answers that I had. And the default answer that I thought of was, well, the most default reason would be there's an absolutely busted card in black that every deck wants to play. And that's not true. Because the two best cards in Standard are, in order, probably Fable of the Mirrorbreaker and then Wedding Announcement. Just in terms of individual raw power level. And neither of those are black, and every deck isn't scrambling to include those. So then I thought, alright, well, is it a combination of good black cards? And that's not actually it either, because of all the black cards that see the most play, not even all the black decks agree that they should be playing all of them or in high numbers. Graveyard Trespasser is very good. Tenacious Underdog is very good. Invoke Despair is very good. Some of the black vampires in Grixis are very good. Cut Down is solid. Meathook's okay. Rafine is good, but not every deck has a consensus on if you're in black, you have to play these cards even if they're available to you. So I didn't like that explanation either. And then while building this deck, I actually think that I've kind of stumbled upon what, to me, might secretly be the most pressing reason that black is the color that every deck is playing. And I started looking at the 2-drop slot for every deck that isn't black, and there aren't any, good ones. Black has every generically good 2-drop in one color combination or another. The only way you can have playable 2-drops in other colors that are actually exciting 2-drops to play is if you have a very dedicated game plan that makes those 2-drops work. Which means that they are not generically good, they are specifically good. Thalia, for example, is a card that this deck literally cannot play because we just started by putting 19 cards that Thalia taxed in our deck. The 2/2 lifelinker that makes enchantments cost less is a powerful 2-drop for a very hyper-specific parasitic style of strategy. Every good non-black 2-drop is parasitic in some way and means that you can't run other cards that you're incentivized to want. Whereas, every good non-parasitic 2-drop is black. Which, I'm not going to go and say that that is the reason every deck is running black, but I do think that that's actually probably a really subtle reason for why every time we try to make a deck that's Is It or Bant or whatever, it just ends up looking underwhelming. It's because it's really hard to put a lot of good 2-drops in those decks. So there is Underdog, there is Blood Tithe Harvester, there is the new white 2/3 with lifelink and kicker. So I'm counting multicolored creatures here. Basically what I'm saying is if you're not playing black, you have no ability to fill out your deck's curve with just generic on-curve good 2-drops that you want to play for whatever reason. Underdog is alright. It is not stellar, it's just good curve filler. And every other combination of colors has a challenge where you can end up building a deck and just go, oh, it doesn't matter how like powerful this deck's late game is or whether this deck has a bunch of synergies. You just literally can't play the deck because you do not have access to good 2-drops. Like, for example, one of the things that I'm going to consider putting into this deck, because it kind of works with Wedding Announcement, and it kind of works with Grafted Identity, and it kind of works with the game plan of denying our opponent Invoke Despair, is the 2-drop Spirited Companion. This isn't a good generically... This is not a generically good card. I do not want to play this in my deck. I feel obligated to because we don't have other options. Hey, Mojo Rogue. Thanks for the raid. You join us in what is likely to be the hour-and-a-half deck building theory rant slash general deck building for a not playing Swamps mid-range deck. What about Seasoned Hellblade at home? I feel like that card's pretty bad unless you are attacking with it, and even then still isn't pretty good at attacking. Are we talking specifically about 2-drop creatures, 2-drop permanents, or anything with mana value 2, even if instant or sorcery? So, instants and sorceries that fill the 2-drop slot are a way to not play 2-drop creatures. I am generally talking about the ability to play proactive 2-drops that you want to play on turn 2. And the problem with counter spells and reactive spells is that when you are on the play, they tend to be much weaker than when you are on the draw, because on the play they're answering your opponent's 2-drop, and on the play they're answering your opponent's 3-drop. Whereas proactive cards tend to be better on the play, and cards that are good when you're on the play, and a card being good when you are on the play often has a higher impact. No, that's not the right way to phrase it. Having no 2-drops that are good on the play and proactively pressure your opponent gives your opponent a lot of freedom to do whatever they want and does not let you press the advantage of being on the play in the same way that card... Did I lose track of where I was going? Not having cards that are proactive means you can't press the advantage of being on the play in the same way that having proactive cards in your deck does. Mono red is good 2-drops, e.g. 2/2 haste. I would not define a 2/2 haster as being good at all. I actively think that isn't very good. I think that your average 2-drop, you want to be better than that. Have we considered AO? It's a consideration. I don't know that AO is necessarily better than Planeswalkers in this kind of a list. So, let's see. Assuming that we do end up having to play a bunch of Spirited Companions, I also kind of want to play some Welcoming Vampires. I also want to play... Where is it? Oh, it's not going to be here. Right. Somewhere there's a Bant card. What? Where are the Bant cards? Oh, there it is. Shanna, I think, is pretty reasonable. Especially with Elspeth that can give something flying or give something that has flying lifelink. Can be a way to just kind of mid-range the opponent out. Gala Greeter is a 2-drop. It is. Is Gala Greeter good? Endless Detour. I'm not a very big fan of Endless Detour. I think it costs too much mana. I think being mana efficient with your removal is pretty important. It's kind of the same reason that I don't like the Esper Vindicate. What about rampy 2-drops? Yeah, I do kind of like rampy 2-drops. For one, I think that... Where? Human? Katilda, I think, works pretty nicely with a wedding announcement. Although I will say, Katilda makes me kind of unhappy to have Spirited Companion instead of a human. Could hypothetically play Join the Dance instead of Spirited Companion, if we wanted to synergize specifically with Katilda. There is the new 2-drop 1/3 mana dork thing. What is that? Not here? Oh, it's this thing. Okay, I was going to say that's not the art that I remember. That is because it is not the art that I remember. So this one adds 1 mana of any color, can make a land into a 3/3 with haste. It's pretty reasonable in that it doesn't die to Voltage Surge, which could be meaningful. Also, with a wedding announcement flip, it no longer dies to cut down, which is not the case for Katilda. Resolute Reinforcements is better than Join the Dance because of Storm. Does Resolute make 1 human or 2? So Resolute Reinforcements makes 1 human. I don't know if that's a meaningful difference or not. Shigeki is a 1 or 2 of. I think Storm the Festival and Shanna and Welcoming Vampire and Wedding Announcement and Spirit Companion and Planeswalkers means that we're kind of covered on card advantage. And I also don't really love Shigeki as an engine in a list that's not playing a lot of cheap removal spells and that is playing a lot of legendaries that we couldn't grab with the Shigeki anyway. Yeah, Resolute Reinforcements having flash isn't bad. I do not hate that. Sarah Paragon tends to be really good here. Yeah, that's probably not terribly embarrassing. But it's also a card that is kind of inherently about grindy card advantage. Maybe we want more grindy card advantage, potentially. I think at this point, if we want to play grindy card advantage, we are looking at cutting cards that fill overlapping roles. For the last, 3 spots of this deck, we probably want to play the cheapest interaction we can get, which is where we might run into some problems, because I don't know that white, blue, green actually has playable cheap interaction. And that is sad. There's Absence, yeah. Absence as being the replacement for Infernal Grasp might be our best bet. Leyline Binding. Leyline Binding I'm not really willing to run outside of decks that go super deep on triomes. Because basically, if you don't find one of your 4 triomes, Leyline Binding is too expensive to be good. And the maximum upside is that you get a decent 2-mana removal spell if you found your triome. Make Disappear I don't want to play because this deck doesn't hold up mana, really. Which already makes me kind of uncertain about the Wandering Emperor. To some extent, we do have creature removal in the form of Grafted Identity and Wandering Emperor. I suppose Destroy Evil has started getting some amount of main deck play. We could experiment with playing that over Fateful Absence. How many Planeswalkers currently see a lot of play that we would rather be Fateful Absencing? It doesn't hit Fable of the Mirrorbreaker tokens, which is kind of a problem. Lily I don't care about. I never want to use a Fateful Absence on Lily anyway. Sorin, hypothetically, we do want a Fateful Absence of Sorin sometimes, so that not getting hit by Destroy Evil is a downside. And Ob Nixilis I also don't think you ever want to use a Fateful Absence on. Would I play this instead of Terra Sunder? It depends on the deck. The Jund decks that I'm playing Terra Sunder in want Terra Sunder to be able to blow up artifacts, and this just doesn't do that, so it's not really comparable. Is Destroy Evil better than Valorous Stance? Specifically against wedding announcement decks, yes. The fact that Destroy Evil can blow up a wedding announcement before it does anything is a pretty big deal. Yeah, we could play March. March isn't, like, terribly embarrassing. It's really expensive to kill Shieldred, but maybe this deck has the access to enough lifelink that we don't have to care about Shieldred? I don't know. Let's see, what else do we have? Unsummons are not good for us. Our creatures probably aren't ever going to be big enough for Tail Swipe to be reasonable, which is sad because I am deeply tempted by the idea of using Shanna to fight things to gain life. And I'm guessing none of the punch spells are worthwhile either. We just also don't have a huge number of creatures with lifelink either way. Yeah, I feel like it's probably either Destroy Evil or March. And I'm tempted to lean towards March, because I feel like the tokens out of Fable are a scarier threat than opposing Shieldreds. The trouble with Wandering Emperor is that we're already not really doing the Wandering Emperor thing, in that every other effect in our deck is a sorcery speed effect. So counterspells don't really work when we're doing the Wandering Emperor thing because we're not really doing the Wandering Emperor thing at all. I did say that I kind of want to run March, but that is because we are in the color combination that has no removal spells. I did do this to myself. But let's be real, we're working with a lot of constraints here. Gala Greeters is lifelink plus ramp. I'm just not, like, sure that it's actually good. I hate that none of our 2-drops are capable of even trading off with something that has 2 toughness. Like, if our opponent just goes turn 2, 3-2 into turn 3, 3-3, we're gonna get run over, which is annoying. Does Anointed Peacekeepers have a home here? Hypothetically, like, it could replace Shanna or Welcoming Vampire. I feel like I want the card advantage from those 2 decks, but maybe that... or from those 2 cards, but maybe that's not right. I'm not a fan of Dennick. You know, I am a fan of Dennick. We could fit some number of Dennick. Does just incidentally hate on graveyard strategies too, which kind of makes me want a second Dennick for the sideboard. Teachings of the Kirin is a green 2-drop saga. Yeah, I suppose that is interesting. It's mill for Storm the Festival, although I don't think that that's, like, a huge deal. It triggers Welcoming Vampire multiple times. It makes 2 permanents to sack to Grafted Identity and or for Wedding Announcement. It might not be embarrassing. Is there a possibility that's better than Spirited Companion? I don't know. Oh, and it triggers a Welcoming Vampire again on attacks. Alright, maybe we try that instead of Spirited Companion, then. It helps with my concerns about this deck not being capable of tempoing out fast enough. But if my concern is tempo, then March doesn't really address that. I mean, I suppose it doesn't not address it either. I don't know. If I'm going to play a small number of removal spells, I kind of think that they should be flexible. Which maybe just means I have to suck up not having the card advantage and play the Fateful Absence. Fierce Retribution requires us to actually have creatures on board, which I'm a little leery of. I think maybe this is the main board? I'm not sure if I like Llanowar Loam Speaker, because we don't really have too many 4-drops to ramp into that are, like, powerful on curve. So maybe Llanowar Loam Speaker is better off being Puppers? Or the 1/1 Go Wides? I also think that it's entirely possible this deck does want the Bant enchantment that puts +1/+1 counters and loyalty counters on everything. Because that's real good with Wrenn and Seven and Elspeth. Can I explain Shanna over Lagrella? What does Lagrella do? Lagrella doesn't really do anything, is my reason for not wanting Lagrella. Like, I guess it's a Banishing Priest that's a 2/3, but a Banishing Priest that dies to cut down is not super exciting. Whereas Shanna is a 3/3 lifelinker that also can gain a bunch of card draw, which kind of seems appealing. Root Coil Creepers are an option. They're slightly harder to cast than Llanowar Loamspeaker. And also they die to Voltage Surge, which Loamspeaker doesn't. I don't know if I should ever expect that Loamspeaker making 3/3s will be relevant, but I'm a little leery of Root Coils. I don't think Witness Protection is the removal spell we want, because yes, Storm the Festival can grab it, but I very often doubt it will be the correct card to grab with Storm the Festival. Not to say that it would be bad, but I don't think it's better than Fateful Absence. Okay, so operating under the assumption then that we want like 2 copies of Brokers Ascendancy, which is conveniently the number of copies that I have. What are we not playing then? What are we cutting if that is the case? We need like 2 cuts. I don't think I'm willing to run less than 26 lands in this kind of a deck. One Emperor. Emperor is currently filling the role of the only on-curve payoff for our 2 mana dorks, and also is a card that's very, very good with Broker's Ascendancy. Cut Grafted Identities. I kind of want to experiment with Grafted Identity. It might not be the right place to be for this kind of a list, but it does feel like a direction that I want to explore. Did you know that if you have if you have Grafted Identity in play, when your opponent casts Invoke Despair, you can choose to sacrifice their creature and the Grafted Identity. You don't have to do like one or the other. I don't know if that's usually right, but it's cute that it does too. -1 Identity and -1 Storm. Huh. I don't know, I kind of want that to like be the thing the deck does. Of all of these cards, I would say that I'm probably least sold on the Llanowar Loamspeaker. Just because I don't think we have a huge payoff for 4 mana. I liked the idea originally because it gives us double blue for Grafted Identity, and maybe that should still be something that I'm concerned about. I mean, if Ajani's not good in this deck, it won't ever be good in any deck. I would agree that my suspicion is that Ajani is not good in any deck. Play some of the card draw dog. Yeah, we could play more 2-drops. That is a possible option. I don't know. I don't dislike the card draw dog. I just hate how it's not actually enough tempo. Kind of like Reclusive Taxidermist as the 2-mana dork. Why Taxidermist over Llanowar Thing? And also, what's the justification for us needing a 2-mana dork? I'm legitimately worried that the 2-mana dork might not be something we actually want, because we just don't have 4-drops. Only good Planeswalker in this set of the reprint. I would go quite as far as to say there are no good planeswalkers in this set. Calling Lily a good planeswalker in the context of Standard is seemingly continuing to be an exaggeration. About Guardian Manalia, not too excited about that. Teachings of the Kirin, I think I am tentatively excited about. 3 mana white enchantment, 2 slow for this deck. It ramps into Storm of the Festival. So the white 3 mana enchantment was one that I kind of considered. The one that makes the fox thing. Like Restoration of Eiganjo. The trouble is, it requires us to play a lot of planes, which maybe that's doable. And it takes a while to flip. It does get back Katilda to insulate that from removal, which I kind of dig. I don't hate it. I just don't know if it's better than Welcoming Vampire or Shanna, really. How does Golden Argosy work with Grafted Identity? What is the wording on that? Very poorly. Deeply, deeply badly. Returns under its owner's control, not under its controller's control. Commando is decent. I don't hate it against wedding announcement decks, although I don't love it either. But I think our 7/2 drops are kind of spoken for at the moment. I think. So, I believe at this point we're looking to fill out the sideboard slots. I am a little nervous about our matchup against Titan decks, which makes me think I kind of don't hate the idea of boarding into like 3 Disdainful Strokes against decks that are Reanimator Titan lists. Destroy Evil's pretty good against Esper. I don't hate playing some number of those in the sideboard. Negate, I don't know that this deck wants Negate because it can't hold up the mana on the early turns, which is where I think Negate is good. Same story with Pierces. I think we're a tap-out deck. I don't think that's our game plan. The flash on the 3/1 trading with Nightpack Ambusher. Graveyard Trespasser. I don't know why Graveyard Trespasser is the card whose name I can never resolve. That's not a bad trait. I just don't know if it's, like, exciting either. Bankbuster or Hearse. I don't think we want Bankbuster because we don't hold up mana for stuff very much. I think Bankbuster is weaker in a deck that can't... that isn't about holding up like 2 mana for a counterspell on every turn. And also, very few of our creatures on curve are able to crew it, which I think is the other condition you need to meet for Bankbuster to be playable. I would potentially like another Elspeth to get to board in against decks that are very aggressive, mostly because I like the ideal of lifelink counters. It doesn't necessarily work with Storm in the Festival, but the 6-drop Angel that comes in with a bunch of shield counters, I do also kind of like against Esper. But I think Storm the Festival Grafted Identity is the game plan we're testing against Esper at the moment. Do we need to be able to destroy artifacts in case of Timeless Lotus? Yeah, I guess. Board wipe control is actually something we are not well positioned against. Farewell specifically. Although we do have a lot of planeswalkers, which is a reasonable-ish plan against control. Oh, yeah, that reminds me of the other 3-drop that I was kind of interested in considering. This Mage's Attendant is kind of interesting. It's a 3-drop that makes a 3/2 that trades with Trespasser, goes wide, triggers Welcoming Vampire, and allows you to be disruptive. I don't know that we can fit it anywhere, but I do like this card as, like, potentially more than awful. Peacekeeper is interesting as a thing that we could side out Brokers Ascendancy for against control. We'd cut like Fateful Absence, Brokers Ascendancy, Grafted Identity, so we'd need like 7 cards for those matchups anyway. Currently we have Elspeth, 3 Disdainful Strokes, so we do need 3. We could board in a Dennick. So 4, 5 cards. We need 2 more for control. Only 2 Brokers Ascendancy? Yeah. I want to feel out how good it is. I don't know what to expect it to be, but we already have a lot of 3-drops. Although in a sense, I suppose this might be more like a 6-drop or something. We can try like 2 Anointed Peacekeepers against control. I don't think that that's necessarily bad. In that case... Where to from there? How did Grixis counterspells end up running? Very, very well. Grixis counterspells did excellently. I think that that's actually like a supremely viable deck. Felt fun to play too, which was a good sign. Broker's Charm, 3 mana, plus a punch. Not naturalize, just artifact, or just enchantments, or draw 2. Yeah. I don't think the Bant Charm does enough for 3 mana. Ambitious Farmhand is actually probably better than Doggo as far as a 2-drop goes if we can play enough planes. Taps for Katilda. Hits the next land for sure. Eventually turns into a well-statted lifelinker. I don't know that I want to run it main deck currently for the same reasons that I'm kind of scared Doggo isn't actually good enough. But, I don't know, maybe we cut a Fateful Absence for a farmhand? Meanwhile, I'm kind of staring at Intrepid Adversary as a card that we could bring in against aggro decks. Oh, hold on. If we're running Storm the Festival... Do we think our mana base supports bringing in Enduring Angel against against Invoke Despair decks? Because we can totally hit that off Storm the Festival. That's kind of, like, reasonable-ish. Oh, also Sun Gold Sentinel. It's so embarrassing the Sun Gold Sentinel doesn't gain a life when it exiles something. Because I love this stat line on my 2-drop. I just wish it did something. Are you better than Dennick? No. I like Dennick's backside too much to say no to Dennick. Do we need instant speed effects to exile from the yard? We wouldn't hate them, but I think my game plan is to be doing Disdainful Stroke things against those decks. Okay, I think this is the plan for the time being. And I don't even think that I need to... Oh, Shanna's a rare or mythic? Sweet! I don't even need to spend wild cards! Oh, we successfully built a good deck, team. Yeah, Dennick does actually shut off the 5-mana reanimate spell. As long as the front side is in play. Which is why we have the second copy in the sideboard as well. Okay, so we didn't end up with enough legendaries really to play Plaza of Heroes, which is a shame. I think if you try to not do Brokers Ascendancy, the fact that Wedding Announcement and Welcoming Vampire only cost a single white, Dennick and Katilda and Shanna all have Plaza of Heroes working towards it, and Wandering Emperor, Elspeth, and Wrenn and Seven also all contribute to Plaza of Heroes mana. Potentially make that reasonable. Grafted Identity is the thing that you actually want to cast, is the part of the mana base that gets a little wild. Gix doesn't target? I'm pretty sure Gix targets. I'm like, basically 100%. Yeah, Gix targets. I knew that I jumped through like 100 hoops to figure out ways to put things into my graveyard on my draw step with Gix, because it did that, but you still had me questioning myself. The Bant Mythic is a 3/3 lifelinker for 3 that at the beginning of your instep you can pay X amount of mana, where X is up to the amount of life you gained this turn, and draw X cards. Which is pretty cool. Also, it's a 3/3 lifelinker, which is solid. Play Rafine Informant. In order to have good stats, that does require you to discard a card, which is a little underwhelming. And also doesn't gain life. Specifically, the 3/2 worth of stats I would have liked if it, like, gained life whenever it exiled something. Sarah Paragon is interesting. Especially if you wanted to, like, try to take this in a direction where you weren't playing Grafted Identity. But I currently feel like Grafted Identity is an important part of this deck's removal suite. Dennick doesn't stop your opponent from blitzing Tenacious Underdog, might be what you're thinking of. Because that's an activated ability, not a target. The new Phyrexian Lifelinker with Black Kicker is something I'm very close to wanting to play, but 1, if it was a 3/2 instead of a 2/3, I'd be much happier. And 2, I'm not super in love with the Black Kicker that I guess we can't play. 2-drop Saga that plays another land, gains 2 life. Yeah, it's a little slow at actually trading off with your opponent's 2- and 3-drop creatures, though, which is kind of what I want out of my 2-drops right now. Weren't we considering Runic Shot at one point? Considering it specifically with 4-mana Teferi, and I don't think there's room for 4-mana Teferi in this list. Windgrace does not target. That is true. Dennick does not shut off Windgrace. Although Windgrace also... Well, I guess Dennick would shut off any cards, not just creature cards, but yeah. Yeah, Jewel Thief... I think that the cards we do have fit more than Jewel Thief. But if we wanted to go into a build of this deck that played like 2 more 5-drops, Jewel Thief would be pretty reasonable. So let's start with building the mana base here and seeing if we come out of this with a mana base that's remotely feasible. Because we might make some disappointing realizations about this mana base not being satisfactory. For the most part, we want green and white on turn 2. What do we have for pain lands? No green-white pain land. Do we have a white-blue pain land? We do. Do we have a green-blue pain land? We do. Okay. So our banned mana is actually pretty reasonably untapped. Okay. Yeah, the 2-drop Mana Dork, we do kind of like the idea that it fixes colors. That's the primary thing that it has going for it. If it turns out that we don't really need Fateful Absence, and I'm kind of overrating Fateful Absence, maybe we play the Llanowar. Maybe we start by playing the Llanowar and just be... relatively linear. Plan on Grafted Identity and Wandering Emperor solving all of our problems. I'm a little concerned that we're just going to get burned out by Shieldrids. But I don't know, that's what gaining life is for, right? Graft Widow's like almost tempting. No, it's not. Opponents play Trespasser. Not tempting at all. Alright, back to mana. 10 lands. Let's go with 2 Overgrown Farmlands, 2 Dreamroot Cascades, and then some basics, I suppose. How many untapped lands on turn 2 is this? 8, 9, 10, 16 untapped on turn 2? That wouldn't be so bad. Let's go with another farmland then. And then... two plains, a forest, an island, 2 islands. No, 2 forests. So green sources, we have 4, 8, 9, 12, 15, 17. White sources, we have 5, 8, where did my other pain lands go? Oh, here they are. Okay. So 3, 7, 9, 12, 16 white sources. 16 white, 16 green, is that what I said? No, wait, we also get the Overgrown Farm. Did I count that already? 3, 7, 9, 12, 16. 16 white sources. 3, 6, 10, 16, 16 green sources. 5, 7, 9, 13, 17 blue? How did we end up with more blue than anything else? Oh, because that's the overlapping spot on the Painlands is blue. I'm not counting Llanowar Elves for any of my colored sources. I'm just doing mana-based math right now. Katilda and Llanowar Elves help eventually. So that definitely means that I don't need as many blue dual lands. So I could hypothetically cut a Dreamroot Cascade for another Overgrown Farmland then. Although that does make a lot of my Grafted Identity casting mana base into Painlands, which potentially I don't want to go overboard on. We have 9 non-pain blue sources. I kind of want to cut either a Dreamroot Cascade or a Deserted Beach for Overgrown Farmland, and then the question becomes, would I rather have more white mana or more green mana? And the answer to that is I'd rather have more green mana, so I want to cut a Deserted Beach for an Overgrown Farmland, I think. Do we like that? Our sideboard definitely goes much heavier into white. But that's probably fine. That's probably fine. Alright. I think we go here for now. Oop. And let's jump into not... Oh, wait, hold on. Time to begin the point of the game where we Twitter this up. I'm very bad at actually remembering to do this in the middle of a stream. Boop. Boop. No Swamp Part 2. Find the previous tweet-a-rooney, append to this tweet. I think there's a pretty good chance that we end up adding like a third Enduring Angel to the sideboard, because I'm legitimately excited about the idea of Storm the Festival hitting Enduring Angel. Ooh, Arena? Okay, there we go. Yeah, Untapped and the deck command should work as soon as we get into a game, which is right about now. 30-color decks can squeeze a Field of Ruin. So bear in mind that 3 of the 2-drops that we want to play on curve are double-colored pips. Okay, so this is pretty reasonable. We get Teachings of the Kirin on 2. We have a Storm in the Festival. Our mana is reasonable. I think I would rather just fire off 2 Teachings of the Kirin than get a turn 3 Shanna. No, don't mill my lands. I need those lands for being lands. Reckoner Bankbuster. Oh no. Ooh, or we could play Shanna on 3, but Wandering Emperor on 4 also sounds better than that. I do sort of hate how Teachings of the Kirin, like, actively makes our opponent's Graveyard Trespassers better at hurting us. Speaking of which... Okay, opponent. So, do we jam Wandering Emperor? Or Shanna? I don't want the Trespasser to flip. We have no more creatures in the yard. That link there should have somewhere on that page my account that ought to have the counterspell list. Did we give any consideration to Restoration of Eiganjo, Rite of Harmony, and Reinforcements? Yes. I don't think that they are wrong to play, mind you. I simply think that they are... Do I attack here? With everything? No, I think I keep back the 1/1 to jump block. I don't think that it's wrong to play them, but I think I like the 3-drops that we are playing better. Okay. Really? Yeah, I guess they're about to gain a bunch of life with the Shieldred, hypothetically. Less hypothetically if I kill the Shieldred, though. Untapped is weird. Oh, is it? Alright, we'll try to do something next then. Oh! Because Wandering Emperor. Oh, that's adorable! I forgot Shanna doesn't actually have to do damage to draw cards. Oh no. Let's see... Do I want my opponent to draw a card, or do I want to have Kirin touch Orochi in play? Also, I take 2 damage. No, I can't keep Kirin touch Orochi in play. The question is, do I want to keep a 3/3 in play? And I believe the answer is yes, I want to keep a 3/3 in play. So if I storm the festival right now, I can't hit a steal effect, which would be kind of a bummer. But if I play Elspeth, I can downtick, and downticking is probably good. Yeah, I think I like the idea of Wedding Announcement drawing cards. That sounds like fun. Let's attack, gain some life, draw some cards. Oh hey, cool, Wandering Emperor. Oh hey, cool, more cards. I really was expecting our opponent to invoke Despair there. Alright, now the opponent has a creature. So we get to cast this Storm the Festival thing and see what happens. Oh hey, cool, Grafted Identity. Oh hey, cool, Wandering Emperor. Oh hey, cool, I think we win. I'm gonna steal your 2/2, opponent. I'm gonna pump my Shanna. Oh, hey, cool, they're dead. Okay. Okay. I mean, that kind of worked. That kind of worked. So, opponent is on Grixis Invoke Despair with Graveyard Trespasser. So why the blue? I've not seen a Grixis version playing Invoke and Trespasser. They play Corpse Appraiser and Trespasser and Fable and have enough room for that? And Invoke Despair? It's a lot of 3-drops. Either way, we're definitely bringing in Enduring Angel. So what are we cutting here? I just cut all the 4s. Other than Shieldred? How many other 4s were they playing? Despair instead of Solkanar? I guess? I feel like that doesn't... Oh, I guess they're just playing way fewer counter spells and way more 3-drops than I was. That tracks. Maybe cut Wrenn? I kind of feel like a Wrenn and Seven token is just really hard for them to deal with, isn't it? Maybe that's wrong, though? I kind of feel like Brokers Ascendancy is probably underwhelming on the draw. It feels like something that probably snowballs better from a board state where you're not trying to aggressively trade off. I also feel like maybe I want Anointed Peacekeeper, but I don't really know what to play instead of it. Or, well, what to cut for it. Like that deck. Okay, so it plays like 2 Trespasser and doesn't play Lily. Wow. Geniuses. Okay, so only 4 Make Disappear, so it's cutting 4 counter spells from where I was at. And playing 2 Meat Hooks, 2 Trespassers. Yeah, okay. This seems reasonable. No 3-drop is a little sad, but I'm rapidly growing on Teachings of the Kirin. There is looking like a pretty good chance that we want to cycle this Headquarters as our 3-drop. Solkanar is reasonable. I think it just, in my opinion, it doesn't have a very strong niche right now. Because I don't think that it's good against most of the decks that play black, which is most of the decks that exist. Alright, so we have a Blood Tithe Harvester. We have a second Blood Tithe Harvester. I have a 2/2 that I want to trade off with the Blood Tithe Harvester. I'm super glad my opponent didn't play a Graveyard Trespasser on 3 or I would have been in trouble. Well, the removal running around at Standard, I really like Tamiyo over Wrenn. I don't think Tamiyo does anything. Like, I don't think that card has abilities that do anything. So I'm kind of skeptical of it. Gee, I wonder if the opponent's going to know that I have the Wandering Emperor here. Do you gain life in any way? No. Bummer. Dakanuma. Ooh. Alright. As tempting as it is to play the Wandering Emperor there and just downtick, I think I get kind of blown out if the opponent Invoke Despairs me. So we wait. But if they negate the Wandering Emperor, then I'm sad. Yeah, make disappear also sad. Yeah. I like the fact that this can attack to make more 1/1s for Grafted Identity. But I was really hoping we could get to the point where we Wandering Emperor upticked on the Kirin touched Orochi, and then downticked it on the other Blood Tithe Harvester to do the gain 2 life, play Shanna 5-drop line again. What is your plan then? If you do 6 damage to me and I sack Kirin touched Orochi, you do 4 more damage to me. Puts me to 1. I Shanna go up to 4. Which turns out to not be viable. There are no creatures in any graveyards right now. Alright, what the heck. Alright, time to hope they don't have more counterspells. Looks like they have more counterspells. Oh, could be Blood Token, could be Blood Token. No, they just have the counterspell. Lame. Okay. Well, that's pretty awful because we were about to win the game. Oh, right, and that shuts off my Eiganjo. Fair. Opponent's last card was too good. Eiganjo was discounted, and was going to get discounted to 1 if we stole their Shieldred. But not good enough. Alas. Alas. It's too bad Elspeth Resplendent downtick doesn't hit Grafted Identity. Be really powerful if it did. I don't know that Brokers Ascendancy is where I want to be when resolving my more expensive cards that combo with it. Looks like it's going to be the tougher part of this game plan. Kind of don't hate Anointed Peacekeeper on the play. They do still have Make Disappear, but their mana's not amazing at holding it up. I still don't have anything I want to cut, though. Alright, ship it. Oh, we redeemed the socks. Remind me after this match is over. Now we'll go snack him. What about Turn Evil? Turn Evil to me is more of a card against Esper than against Grixis. I want it to have Rafine and Wedding Announcement as targets before I think I'm willing to bring it in. Okay. This is a hand with cards that we get to play on curve that are good. Destroy evil, turn evil, one of those things. One of those things. I have no problems with this trade. But I'm going to assume that they have Graveyard Trespasser is why they are making this trade, which is sad for me. Wow, they had a Graveyard Trespasser. How absurdly surprising. Painland mana base is a little painful here, but what the heck. Can't really attack with Shanna. So I guess we're just going to double Anthem our entire team this turn and see where that takes us. I like drawing a card with Welcoming Vampire. Thank you, opponent. The sad part about having an active Wedding Festivities, it makes it a lot harder to draw cards with Welcoming Vampire. You think the opponent's going to attack with a Graveyard Glutton? Bankbuster doesn't seem like a card that does anything. Wait, whoa. Oh, it costs 6 mana. Oh. Shoot. I thought I was holding up the ability to Anthem. That's disappointing. Yeah, reading Katilda. I absolutely can pump it up to a 5/5 opponent. No blocks? Oh, really? You don't say. Alright, so let's see. If I want to activate Katilda here, I can only draw one card with Shanna? How sad. But Teachings of the Kirin does draw a card with Welcoming Vampire, so it's kind of like drawing more cards. Was the Welcoming Vampire attack free? Probably. Oh, I already made a land drop this turn? Oh, okay. So you know how I keep talking about how, like, Meat Hook Massacre doesn't even seem like a good card? Because, like, Meat Hook Massacre doesn't even seem like a good card. Oh no, my opponent could Meat Hook Massacre for 4 and kill some of my creatures. Wink. Oh, hey, cool, wedding announcement. That seems like a good card. Let's continue pumping Welcoming Vampire, I guess. And then cast Storm the Festival, maybe. Yes, Arena. I absolutely want to use my creatures before my pain lands. How did you know? I mean, but if I do that, they'll negate the Storm the Festival, and that doesn't sound like fun. What if we just tried to kill the opponent, I guess? I don't know. Hypothetically. Okay. Couple of 1/1s. I mean, sure. Well, I'm gonna activate Katilda so that we kill the Graveyard Glutton, because killing the Graveyard Glutton sounds good. Opponent's at 2. Seems good for me. Would I like to draw a card? Yeah, I'd like to draw a card. I will note, Shanna does not seem like a card that ever synergizes with instant speed spells. You're just hyper incentivized to tap out every single turn. Okay. So, initial results don't look terrible. I'm actually... First impression, Shanna looked very good. We drew it like every game, which, as a 2-of, isn't going to be necessarily, like, the most representative. Teachings of the Kirin? This card actually kind of feels very reasonable. it is filling that role that I described earlier that I found difficult to fill in non-black decks of like a 2-drop that doesn't cost you an arm and a leg in tempo. Reasonable enough to play in Jund. No, I think the Jund is just very happy playing Blood Tithe Harvester. Take you to play. Alright, I'm willing to keep no 2-drop on the play if it means turn 3 Wedding Announcement and decent mana. I would like this hand to draw 2-drop and then draw, I guess any 4-drop, really. We have Wedding Announcement, so I can play Grafted Identity on curve. Hello, I played 10 best of 3 games against tier 2 decks with Blacker Invoke Justice and won all of them. Have you tried Rigged Storm Simic Ramp? I have not heard of such a thing. But hey, Teachings of the Kirin on curve. You'll love to see it. Rigged Storm Simic Ramp. What does that mean? What do those words mean in that combination? I'm sad Mia is out of Standard. Mia, Wanderer, Elspeth, Luxior was my jank through the last few weeks. Now see, I also don't think I know what Mia means. So what is the Mia in this case? Do we hold back to block? Yes. Because I think I would like to block my 2/2 on Evolved Sleeper. I am willing to trade off in defense of my life total. I've got a Teachings of the Kirin that's like eventually going to inconvenience the opponent's underdog. Wow, look at that Liliana of the Veil. Oh no, my 1/1! Oh no! I care so much about this! How will I ever recover? It does make me kind of sad since I specifically top-decked Katilda. If we're going to be honest. I would have liked to have been able to play the Shanna instead of the Teachings, but what you gonna do? Not Shieldred, no! Do. Yeah, I guess we'll get rid of Shanna. Oh, hey, Elspeth. Or rather, oh, hey, Wandering Emperor. Alright, so we buff Kirin Touch to Orochi. We tap you for white so that we can chump block with human. We play Elspeth. We hop up and give Kirin Touch to Orochi flying. It kills Lily. It does whichever mode exiles a creature. We get rid of that Tenacious Underdog from my opponent's graveyard because that seems like a good idea. We make more 1/1s because that sounds like fun. We make more creatures. Things go wide. Sorin makes a 2/3. I'm gonna give another creature flying. Shieldred decides not to attack. Sure. Do 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 do. Spirit gains flying. Combat. We go to it. Sorin gets killed. I want to make more counters on something. I don't know. Maybe? Yeah, probably. Let's see, they're at 5 mana, so if they top deck Meat Hook Massacre, they kill things with 3 toughness. But I can activate Katilda. So let's exile Lily and pump Katilda. Now if they Meat Hook Massacre, I activate Katilda and keep the Katilda. Or else I play Wandering Emperor and uptick on the Katilda, which develops the Wandering Emperor but denies us the 2 additional counters on our flyers. Could also play Wandering. Oh, no. Okay. Better plan than Katilda activation. We play Wedding Announcement and hold up Wandering Emperor as our way to save the Katilda. That way we're drawing cards. I like drawing cards. Do we Wandering Emperor kill the 2/3? Let's just make 5 3/3s. Do we care about making 5 3/3s? I don't care about making 5 3/3s. I don't think. I think I'm just going to sit around upticking Wandering Emperor. That sounds like more fun.
You can't just push me around like the others.
Howdy, Hogpog. It's going pretty well. We are somehow actually succeeding at not playing black, which I wasn't necessarily expecting. How are we doing this? Are we trying to go wide here? I can't necessarily attack into the Shieldred. But I kind of want to start giving things lifelink. So I guess I'm piling up on the flyers? Let's piling up on the Kirin Touch Orochi. Let's go with that game plan.
I have got new moves to teach you.
Oh, hey, cool, Grafted Identity. That sounds like fun. Alright, so let's tap you and pay some life. Oh, actually, no. Let's not tap you. We're going to sack that 2/2. And we're going to steal the Shieldred. Sacking this. Gimme. Oh no, a 3/3 Death Toucher. Oh no, my opponent draws a card. That is a 4 life point swing, opponent. You are correct. Alright, let's give this lifelink because that sounds like fun. And I don't know. Let's get rid of that 2/3. Why not? Then we play a land drop. Swing. Swing. Yeah, I guess that's all for the attacks. Let's make things bigger. Opponent can now kill things that are 4/4s. Cannot continue to save the Katilda, but I would like to make a bigger lifelinker. That sounds like fun. Draw a card. Whee! Gain 2 life. Whee! Whee! Alright. So, opponent on mono black. I like this Enduring Angel thing. Last time we decided we were cutting Brokers Ascendancy for that, and I kind of still agree with that general descriptor. I don't know what I wouldn't describe this list as, like, jank, but I would describe it as off-meta, by virtue of it not playing swamps. Like, we are playing good cards, but we are not playing meta good cards. Kind of want to try the other Elspeth Resplendent against a deck that's not playing counterspells. Maybe that's wrong? I don't know. Whatever. Okay, turn 2 Teachings of the Kirin into turn 3 Teachings of the Kirin. I think I'm on board. Or maybe into turn 3 Wedding Announcement. I don't know. Guess we're going to choose between turn 3 Wedding Announcement or turn 4 Wandering Emperor at the moment. Oh, hey, cool. Milling Storm the Festival's like drawing cards. I dig it. Oh no, Liliana! Whatever will I do? What actually will I discard? That part's kind of tricky. I kind of want this Enduring Angel because it sounds like fun, even if it might not be correct. So I guess we get rid of Teachings of the Kirin. Oh, hey, cool. More untapped lands. Perfect. More stuff.
Watch it.
Now I can discard Spara's Headquarters. We're not convinced Storm the Festival belongs. I do feel like it gives you a very large amount of go over the topitude. And I feel like going over the topitude is important. Oh no, not a cut down. Wee, kill Lily. I don't think there's any way they would have an Infernal Grasp here, but on the off chance they did have an Infernal Grasp and were waiting until we declared attackers, I think that it still pays to send the 1/1 at the Lily. Oh no, not me, Hook Massacre! I got 1 for 1! Oh. Okay, make a 2/2. Play our Angel. No more Invoke Despair. Do 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 do. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Mono black? So, admittedly, we have been playing against mono black in positions where we have had turn 2 Teachings of the no, not Teachings of the Archaic. Teachings of the Kirin on turn 2 every single time. I believe that that is probably a significantly better matchup with turn 2 Teachings, but it doesn't feel like a bad matchup with turn 2 Kirins. At the very least. Howdy, Bohemnida. How's it going? I'm gonna go grab the cat. That's what I was remembering to do. Be back in a bit. See, this time the bot gave the link you wanted. Is that not the link that it gave the previous time? I don't know. Whoa, why is the recent activity list like the last couple of months? Oh, because it's not defaulting to just the current set for whatever reason? Weird. Also, it's good to have visual confirmation that I spent a long time going 50-50 with jank decks compared to normal. I kind of wondered if that was the case. It felt like I was not hitting Mythic as fast as normal. Anyway, be right back. Well, it's not going quite as well as I was hoping. No? You want it, buddy? Yeah? Hello. Yeah? Alright. Upsy daisy on your own terms. Much better. Naturally. Okie dokie. Time to continue. How critical do you think identity would be for this deck? I do not know. Oh, bye-bye. I do think that it's important to have some number of answers to Shieldred, and it's one of the answers that I kind of like more to Shieldred, and it kind of works with the Storm the Festival plan. I don't know the answer to that. More than anything else, Identity and Storm the Festival are the cards that we're kind of testing the waters on here, so to speak. So if it makes you happy, Socks is here. He's just 2 feet below camera level. Right next to my 2 feet, you little silly guy. Yeah? Is going over the top with the World Spell the way to beat all these mid-range black decks? No. Because that's very vulnerable to duress, and what are you putting into play that actually goes over the top of their grindy engines, anyway? Yeah, we haven't actually put Wrenn into play yet, but I'm kind of operating under the assumption that making a 5/5 with reach should be decent right now, I think. Bank Buster. Alright, that's a card. This is one of those hands that I was talking about where, like, having a 2-drop mana dork isn't, like... Oh, okay. They missed a land drop and we won. Cool. But, like, having that 2-drop mana dork isn't a very big deal here, because, like, I've got no way to use 4 mana. And I think that this deck doesn't have a lot of ways to use 4 mana on turn 2, or on turn 3, kind of often. So, as interested as I am in an additional 2-drop mana dork, maybe we can't really fit it. Maybe it should just be like an Intrepid Adversary instead. So what are we playing against? Scoured Barrens is a tap land that gains a life, and a single Plains. Now, the opponent only drew 2 lands, and one of them was a Plains, which implies that it's kind of likely that they were capable of drawing a Plains, that they might have a couple of Plains in their deck. So I think one of 2 things is the case. Either they are an Esper deck that is trying to play Invoke Despair, or I guess a white-black deck that's trying to play Invoke Despair and therefore has to play a lot of white-black duels. Esper playing Scoured Barrens, even if it was trying to make Invoke Despair work, sounds unlikely. So I don't think that's the case. Although they have fewer Pain lands in those colors, so... Actually, do they only have the white-blue Pain land? So if they were Esper trying to play Invoke Despair, that would make sense as to why they would need to play Scoured Barrens then. So it could be Esper, it could be white-black. But either way, Scoured Barrens makes me think Invoke. And I'm on the draw, so we're going to cut the Brokers Ascendancies once again and bring in the Enduring Angels. Is Resolute Reinforcements too low impact for a 2-drop? No, we could play Resolute Reinforcements instead. They have Caves? Okay, Caves does exist right now. This is not a hand we can keep. This is a hand we will keep. So they have white, blue, and white, black. But it turns out they are not an Invoke deck, because they had 2 Plains, which was one of the things we thought was possible based on them having drawn a Plains so early. The problem with Gala Greeters is that it takes a while to do anything, which kind of concerns me. So the reason that you sometimes have to play stuff like the tapped gain life lands right now is because playing fetch lands forces you to either get a basic or another source. So if you want to play 2 colors on curve while also having access to 4 black on turn 5, you kind of then need to play lands that can tap for 1 color early and a different color late. So our mono white opponent is ramping. Oh no, they discarded the planes to get back Spirited Companions. Okay. I actually think that I might be less scared of that than if my opponent was to ramp. Yeah, Diligent Farmhands is something we could play. Hey, Mage's Attendant. I kind of dig that card. That's like a reasonable card. IMO. Okay, so I don't want to attack with 2 things, and I do kind of want to kill the Mage's Attendant, so I guess we could attack with this 2/2. Okay, I'm fine with that trade. We will play the Welcoming Vampire, we will make a 1/1, we will draw a card. Yay! Teachings turning on a single pip Geist-like Snare. Oh, does it? Because it makes a spirit and is an enchantment? Oh! That is interesting. That is pretty legitimately interesting. Do we want to steal the Architect of Restoration? If I attack with Welcoming Vampire, I got a pretty strong feeling that my opponent's going to Wandering Emperor me. So would I rather Grafted Identity their Architect or hold up Wandering Emperor? I would probably rather Grafted Identity their Architect. Yoink. There's a possibility I might regret this because they might be about to slam the giant 5/5 Angel with a shield counter that I would have been better off holding on to. Could swing with the Kirin Touch to Rochi to put a counter on it. Then with the opponent Wandering Emperors, they down tick to trade. Do I want that? I don't really want that. If they don't have Wandering Emperor, what else could they do? Not a lot of anything. If they down tick the Wandering Emperor to trade and then uptick, we still Wandering Emperor, the Welcoming Vampire to kill them. Yeah, okay. Why not? I guess the better reason is why 4. And well, you know what? Killing their wizard if they don't have Wandering Emperor on the double block here is actually something that isn't terrible. And doing 2 damage to them isn't terrible. Oh, Wandering Emperor upticks to give first strike. Why would they ever trade? Why? I don't know, but success. Successfully convinced the opponent that I had some kind of plan. And not that I just forgot how cards that were in my hand work. Truly thou lovest to see it. Borrowed Time, not my Welcoming Vampire. Or do they go for the Grafted Identity? No, not my Grafted Identity. So sad. Well, we're going to kill the Wandering Emperor, so what are you upticking on, opponent? Why did they not just use +1? I am operating under the assumption that they did not do that because I bluffed them out of it. Okay, well this is kind of annoying. Wandering Emperor does not downtick to trigger Welcoming Vampire now. So I guess what I'm going to do is play Loam Seeker to draw a card. And then we're going to Grafted Identity the Architect of Restoration again. Oh, I'm sorry, opponent, but I really want that thing. It draws me a card every turn, and that sounds like it's good for me. Boink. Attack with 2/2? Nah. Are we calling Grafted Identity a stupid enchantment? Because, like, yeah. Or are we calling the opponent's deck an enchantment's deck? I can't tell at this point. If we try hard enough, it draws us 2 cards every turn? Which one, the Welcoming Vampire? Or... Aw, that was kind of annoying. As is the Wizard. I don't have enough mana to play Wedding Announcement and Wandering Emperor, which makes me sad. Oh, I do, because of Landwar Loam Speaker. Excellent! Alright, Architect, get in, draw a card. Yeah! Card draw! Card draw! This is what we're here for! Well, man, Architect of Restoration is a cool card in our deck. So let's go with... Welcoming Vampire... No, let's go with Wedding Announcement. Teachings of the Kirin, and then Welcoming Vampire, so our opponent can't wizard us. We're still going to trigger this Welcoming Vampire by the Wedding Announcement at the end of turn regardless. Whee! Alright. So do we think we get farewelled here? The amusing thing is if the opponent farewells us in any way that matters, we get a Grafted Identity back before it goes to the graveyard again. But also I get to rebuild from a farewell by casting a Wrenn and Seven, which sounds good. The second Wedding Announcement flipping is going to really shut off our Welcoming Vampires. That'll be disappointing. Do we double block the AO? I kind of feel like we probably don't double block the AO here. Pumping my opponent's board sounds bad. Maybe? How much does this pump by? 2? Yeah, that's a lot of pump. Alright. Pump the Welcoming Vampire. Go to combat. Draw some cards. Opponent's welcome to sack the AO if they want. I'm going to draw cards in the meantime. Oh, hey, Katilda, that seems like a good card. Oh, hey, Dennick, that seems like a good card. Jumpity blockity, the Architect of Restoration. Sure. Double block? Oh, no. How am I going to respond to that? I guess we're going to have to flash in a card that gives first strike and automatically wins this combat. Oh, okay, yeah. Huh. This is going much better than I expected it to. I really gotta say. I was not expecting this to be, like, sweepingly successful. I'm not even sure if some of these games have been close yet. I guess there was, like, one we lost to the last card in hand being a counterspell, so hypothetically the fact that we lost it meant it was probably at least close. We haven't seen Reanimator, and I am nervous about the Reanimator matchup because Titan of Industry sounds like the kind of thing that will be challenging. Jukin defends the temple. Yeah, we hit this weird point where there are a lot of really good 3-drops I want to play, and not a lot of 2-drops that I want to play. Restoration of Eiganjo is a good 3-drop, better than Ascendancy? I don't know. We've been cutting the Ascendancy pretty regularly because every matchup I keep wanting to bring in exactly 2 copies of the Hexproof card, and we keep being on the draw, so I don't want to play Ascendancy on the draw. But we also have not drawn Ascendancy, so I can't really make any accurate predictions about its power level yet. Ugh. I'm not willing to throw away turn 2 teachings, but we're definitely going to need to draw some white mana here for this to be functional. Diligent Farmhand is a consideration, yes. I want to play Eiganjo here so that if we top deck a blue land that doesn't cost life, I could play Shanna next turn. I don't know why I would say that. I'm pretty sure that I always want to play Wedding Announcement next turn. But free to keep the options open. Diligent Farmhand would possibly be something I'm willing to consider playing a 1 of. Wow, I don't care about my opponent activating Reckoner Bangbuster at all. But I don't think I'd be willing to play more than a 1 of it because we are only playing 2 planes, and I think playing the 3rd would be kind of sketchy-ish. Is there any world where you run more than a 1 of the legendary lands? I don't think so. Top deck blue source, top deck blue source, let's go, let's go. Oh no, a second Grafted Identity isn't the blue source to steal the Edgar. Admittedly, Grafted Identitying Edgar is not the most exciting thing in the world. On account of the opponent getting it back after it dies. Alright, Welcoming Vampire, draw a card it is. Could play Naya instead of Bant. Yeah, but the entire point of being here is for Grafted Identity. And again, we're not really lacking for good 3-drops either. Grafted Identity is, I will point out, our only removal spell. Yeah, Naya has a harder time having untapped mana on turn 2. And I do think that's kind of important. What are they reanimating from us? Nothing. Okay. So they're stealing our Shanna, which makes me sad. I would like to, in turn, steal their Edgar if possible. Untapped blue source off the top, please. That's not an untapped blue source, but it is a lot of untapped mana. It is unfortunately not a ritual, however. But we do get to cast Storm the Festival next turn. I actively don't want to attack with 2 creatures, so we attack with Welcoming Vampire. I guess I could attack with 2 creatures to draw a card with a Wedding Announcement because I'm going to draw a card off Katilda. Also, I should have played this before combat because we could draw a Wandering Imp. That doesn't actually... We could draw a blue source, which would have been relevant. I forgot Katilda triggered Welcoming Vampire. We're learning. We're learning. No, my blue sources! Whee! Alright, board state's pretty wide. Admittedly, this isn't the greatest spot in the world if our opponent meat hooks us. There's the land. They just tutored. The attack. Is there anything I can do about meat hook? I can aggressively trade off my creatures to prevent them from gaining additional life. It's too bad Kirin Touch Orochi doesn't exile something from the graveyard when it dies, because then I could trade it with Edgar. If they don't have Meat Hook, I want to keep the humans around. I guess it doesn't matter very much. Well, if they don't have Meat Hook, then I'd rather just have more creatures. But almost guaranteed they have Meat Hook. So maybe I'm just supposed to deny them 1 life by playing more creatures. Oh, you know what? I bet I should have attacked with Kirin Touched Orochi and put a counter on the Welcoming Vampire to play around Meat Hook Massacre. And then also have drawn a card instead of making... Oh, farewell. Okay. Well, that's also bad for me. But, yeah. Should have played around Meat Hook. And I should have drawn the card instead of making the Soldier. I wasn't thinking properly about the fact that they were about to have a Cruelty of Gix. Now, mind you, if I had been able to follow up that farewell by playing literally any cards at all, I do not think we would be in an embarrassing position, but somehow we have not managed to have any playable cards, and that's awkward. So I'm of 2 minds. I don't think Teachings of the Kirin is very good. I do think that it is weirdly better than all of the other really unimpressive 2-drop options right now. I love them revealing Eyeing Me because any of these cards is worse than a draw towards a land. Wandering Emperor is not castable, and that's painful. Not even willing to attack with Shieldred. Wow. Jeez. Okay. That's pretty miserable. Play Teachings, draw a card. Lose more life. Milling your blue sources in a position like this looks sad, but realistically it makes no statistical difference whatsoever. It just feels sad. Oh. Come to think of it, the fact that they had Farewell meant that I shouldn't have killed Edgar. Interesting. Now, to be fair, playing Farewell in a deck doesn't make sense. Meat Hook makes quite a lot more. Yeah, Teachings being decent against Invoke is another reason that I think that it's fills roles that are welcome at the moment. So them exiling graveyards with Farewell kind of has cost them. So we go down to 2, and then draw something that isn't useful. Okay. Why is Teachings good again? Doesn't it just make a bear slowly and the creature's meh? Yes. But sometimes you have to make bears to block, and Teachings is a slow bear plus 2 for 1 that also has a backside that occasionally gets value. Mostly, it's just multiple creatures and multiple permanent types that protect us from Liliana and Invokes. So, if the opponent's on Farewell, I definitely don't want Brokers Ascendancy. I also definitely don't want Disdainful Stroke. I want a second Dennick against any opponent who's playing Cruelty of Gix. I feel like I'm supposed to want Destroy Evil? I have no answers to Edgar, really. Right. So Teaching of the Kirin does a lot of things mediocrely. And if you're expecting some aha moment that makes you realize, oh, actually, that's why it's amazing. No, there is nothing about this card that is amazing. There is only an absence of other 2-drops that are actually worth playing. It is not the best card ever. There's just nothing else exciting. Maybe I'm just supposed to play Elspeth Resplendent? If Planeswalkers are like the hard thing for them to answer? I get, But if that's my logic, Brokers Ascendancy putting a bunch of loyalty on Planeswalkers also does sound interesting. Two draw steps at 45% to find a land. 4 lands in our deck are tapped on turn 3. I think I'm supposed to go for this, but it's painful. If we top deck an untapped green source on turn 2, we're in so much business. Alright. The trouble is I'm not necessarily going to be able to convert these wedding announcements into actual card draw to hit my further land drops, but barring anything else, we did hit the 3rd land drop, and that's something. Trespasser no good. Alright, would love to draw land. Green land's preferable. More pain lands, why not? Still, actually, despite the fact that we're taking infinity damage, the Katilda castable with the 2nd wedding announcement here does go kind of hard. Katilda not fixing the 3rd green for Storm the Festival is kind of sad. Don't kill my Katilda. Don't kill my Katilda. I need my Katilda. Don't kill Katilda. No kill. Rude. I would like if any of the lands I have didn't cost me 2 life every turn. Oh, mistake, opponent. Mistake. Do I want to gain 3 life here? Probably, because if they play a Sheoldred, my life total is kind of desperate. Cool, Yavimaya Coast, why not? Love it. More pain. Hurt me more, mana base. Why not? I can almost pretend I'm starting to like it. Doing, doing, doing. Green source. All right. I wonder if I wasn't supposed to draw cards and was supposed to get a bunch of creatures instead, but that feels like it's really running up against Meathook Massacre, potentially just ending me. A painful land. Quite excellent, I agree. Boinkity 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 boink. Let's steal things, please. Failure. Katilda's fun, though. So, I'm going to have 2 mana available after Katilda goes into play. Which means if I get the land, I put Welcoming Vampire into play and draw a card. Whereas if I put Shanna into play... I'm pretty sure Shanna having lifelink is just what I'm supposed to go for here, right? They have to kill both Katilda and Shanna. Do I want to draw 2 cards by trading off 2 of my creatures? Probably not. No, because we're about to flip a Wedding Announcement, which makes our board pretty immune to Meathook Massacre anyway. Oh, that's a good point. If I wanted to draw off Welcoming Vampire, I'd need to make sure to manually flip my Wedding Festivities. Actually, wait. How does it check triggering if you have a Wedding Announcement that makes a 2/2 and then flips and gives all creatures +1/+1? If that makes a 2/2 that turns into a 3/3, does that trigger Welcoming Vampire or not? Alright, so we just like swing with everyone here, right? It's never a 2/2. It does enter the battlefield as a 2/2. Because it creates a 1/1 white human creature token that at the moment of creation is a 2/2. Then, just later, Wedding Announcement transforms and pumps it. So at the next point state-based actions are checked, it's a 3/3. But triggers can trigger before state-based actions are checked. You just check at the time of state-based actions whether or not a trigger occurred at the previous point in time since you last checked. It doesn't check again on resolution. It's not any kind of intervening if or anything. Do we just storm the festival, or... I don't know. I want to just swing with a lot of creatures. This seems like fun. I don't know if this is correct. I stopped thinking a while ago. Neither of those blocks work. None of those blocks work. So we're assuming that the opponent's farewelling next turn, which is why they want the Edgar to stay alive. If I pump with Katilda, we save a 4/4 and a 3/3, we do 12 damage to the opponent's face. That just doesn't sound useful to me. So I think instead what I'm going to do is play the land, play Elspeth, uptick Elspeth. Which means I should have played Elspeth pre-combat and upticked to gain a bunch more life, but whatever.
I love your way on these dark streets. Let's do this together.
Cool. That's a bunch of good cards. I kind of no longer care if my opponent farewells me. Hello, been looking for about a week. I really enjoy your insights and content and feel like I can play better when I ask myself, what would Chris do? Came up with this for Bant Festival. All right. Actually, you're not the first person to mention wanting to need to have a look at a Bant deck. So help me remember after this match is over that there's a couple of decks we want to take a look at. Okay, 1 mana, let's say they march the 4/4. I'm going to assume we just kill them here.
You're safe now.
Brokers Ascendancy sounds fun, but putting creatures into play sounds better. Because then I can sack those creatures to Grafted Identity. Oh, Dennick, cute. Wait, does this work? Can I Dennick and then sack the spirit token? Do we get to investigate off of that? By the way, how much damage did I do to myself with my lands this game? Because I kind of feel like the answer to that might be like almost 20. I think we almost did 20 damage to ourselves with the Pain Lands. All of it? Did they really never... No, they definitely... Like, did the Graveyard Trespasser hurt us? They must have done damage to us. Okay. Changes. I still would like a way to remove Edgar, and we kind of just lack that. Maybe I'm supposed to be playing Anointed Peacekeepers. Brokers Ascendancy still feels iffy on the draw. I kind of like Elspeth more if we're bringing in Peacekeepers. I guess I will say Grafted Identity looks pretty medium against their deck. Maybe I'm just supposed to board out Grafted Identity for Disdainful Strokes? Okay, you know what? I'm sort of on board with that plan. That plan doesn't strike me as unreasonable. Why did I bring in Dennick against them? Oh, because they were playing the reanimation spell game one. But they're not actually playing much in the way of reanimation targets. We could also play Intrepid Adversary just because it's a big card. So what if we like didn't play the Dennick? Played more Disdainful Stroke. I want to play the Adversary because it's big and cool. Eh. Should play around board wipes. No Adversary. Okay, I like this. Turn 2, we get to Llanowar Loam Speaker, and then we get a 3-drop if we hit an untapped land or if our Loam Speaker survives. I'm going to really hope one of those two things happens. Luckily, the one where we have a land. Oh, hey, and they didn't have a cut down. Neat! Lily of the Veil? Not my Loam Speaker!
No more distractions.
Oh no.
Off you go.
Alright, I'm going to assume... Well, this is kind of interesting. Wedding Announcement makes a 1/1 that doesn't really pressure Lily. I'm about to draw like infinity cards with this hand, so I'm pretty sure Lily upticking is actively better for me than it is for them, so I don't think that I care that Wedding Announcement does not kill the Lily. Yeah, Trespass is fine.
I'm tired of your secrets.
I think I want to get rid of Peacekeeper here and just play Welcoming Vampires for the next couple of turns. No attacks, Wedding Announcement, draws a card. Opponent needs to hit a lot of land drops to make it to the point where they can farewell us. And if they have to be upticking Lily, then that's hard to do. Edgar, we just don't care about, really. So the opponent's pretty incentivized to not even uptick Lily here. I think we just chill. I really want them to uptick Lily. Oh, opponent. How come you're all smart and making good decisions? Oh, no. Alright, well, we're going to play a Welcoming Vampire. We're going to play a land. We're going to go to combat. We're going to attack the opponent's face and not the Lily. Well, is leaving the Lily around better if they're not going to uptick it? Might as well kill it.
I knew this would waste time.
Okay. Mini cards drawn. Lots of stats. Feels good. I feel like I'm just going to ignore the Edgar and attempt to race you, opponent? So how do we want to do this? Opponent's not going to board wipe us next turn. That feels like a fun time to storm the festival. What the heck? 2 wedding announcements? Why not? Fun time. It's actually moderately annoying, come to think of it, because I'm only going to draw cards. And I kind of want to make creatures, but I also don't want to not attack with everything. Whatever. Disdainful Stroke's good. So now I just need to not die. Okay. So, Cruelty of Gix can reanimate Graveyard Trespasser, or can leave them dead on board. Dead on board's a reasonable option. Okay, so Wedding Announcement makes a blocker. Down to 9. Well, they're dead to Elspeth either way. Boop, 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 boop. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sweet. Huh. Wow, this is working pretty reasonably. Decks, yes. Good point, good point, good point. All right, that'll be the next step. All right, so who had, I think everybody who I recall asking so far had Bant decks to take a look at. Go ahead and toss me those links. Now we'll take a look at them. So where are we at now? 4-0? All right. This ain't embarrassing at all. Okay, so this is a pretty close to the deck that I am playing list. Kind of just want opinions on the differences, I assume. Copy, decks. Doo -doo -doo -doo. We will happily delete a Geist Channeler list. The time for Geist Channeler has passed. So, quick hypothetical question. If my opponent has my Cauldron Familiar under a portable hole and I cast Farewell, exiling artifact and creature with a cat, put the leech trigger on the stack. It does, I believe. Yes? I believe so. I believe it does, because it entered the battlefield, then it leaves the battlefield. Then, after the spell entirely resolves, when a player would next gain priority, state-based actions are checked. And as a part of state-based actions being checked, any triggers that have triggered since the last time state-based actions were checked are then put on the stack, and the game is intelligent enough to realize that even though the cat isn't on the battlefield triggering the trigger at the time it's checking state-based actions, it does get to look back in time and see that at one point in that intervening period between state-based action checks, a trigger did happen and that trigger goes on the stack. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Okay, so importy. Deck successfully imported from clipboard. Where did it go? Right there, I think. That was a jargon-filled answer. I was trying to use the actual, like, word technical terminology as the rules would describe it. What's a leech trigger? The drain trigger from the Cauldron Familiar. I assumed. Okay, so as far as cards that are different here goes, we have an extra Shanna, which, fine. The Sun Gold Sentinels instead of the 2-drop enchantment. The Reckoner Bankbusters, the Augur of Autumns, and the AO. And fewer Wandering Emperors. So, AO's fine, I suppose. The fact that it dies and gets Grafted Identity might be a cool synergy worth checking out. I was kind of... maybe AO's just better than Wrenn. Because both of these death triggers are kind of cool. I was operating under the assumption that Wrenn upticking, giving us mana, and milling Storm the Festival would be like another way to have a value engine. And at least in the matchup we just played, having access to more Planeswalkers, giving us board wipe protection, is kind of cool. I don't know how correct that is, but if AO is wrong compared to Wrenn, I do not think that it would be by very much at all. And it does probably make you more capable of attacking. And it's kind of cute that you can sack AO by casting Grafted Identity to anthem your board for a bunch of damage. It's always amusing seeing cards that I haven't ever crafted. Yeah. Like the white aggressive 2-drop, huh? Not something I would have ever crafted. Augur of Autumn. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands from the top of your library with Coven. So my impression is that I think this is mostly just a Welcoming Vampire that's harder to get value out of than Welcoming Vampire is, and doesn't fly. I'm already pretty leery about running 3-drops that die to cut down, and this just, I think, takes way too much setup for it to ever provide you any value. And I think that double green is especially offsetting. I would rather just play the 4th Welcoming Vampire. I personally think that's slightly too much, and I wanted more 2-drops because I think when you're on the draw, not having a 2-drop in this format is very painful. And speaking on that, I think Reckoner Bankbuster is very bad in this list. I think I'm going to go back to the point where I said earlier, in the before times, Reckoner Bankbuster is generically, in a vacuum, not a very good standard card. It requires so many gears to be perfectly aligned to make it actually work. And those are, at least in part, firstly, you need to be actively desiring to leave mana up onto your opponent's turn. If you are just activating Reckoner Bankbuster at sorcery speed, or effectively activating it Bankbuster at sorcery speed because you have no other options to hold up at instant speed, about 100% of the time, then it's not very good. And the only card in the deck that has Flash in the main deck is Wandering Emperor, and holding up a 4-drop alongside the 2 mana from Reckoner Bankbuster does not provide you with a lot of options. And the power of Reckoner Bankbuster is essentially that it takes the opportunity cost of instant spells like Make Disappear, which is if you successfully predict what your opponent's going to do on the turn that you hold up a counter spell and get to counter their thing, you get a very clean 1-for-1 better than any removal spell because they don't get any ETBs or anything, their thing is just gone. And the cost, the opportunity cost of that benefit is, well, if they don't do anything that you're capable of countering, then you did nothing and you completely wasted your mana. Reckoner Bankbuster smooths that away, says, okay, no opportunity cost. If they don't do something you want to counter, you just draw a card with me. It's all fine. But if you have to make all those choices at sorcery speed, because your choice is either activate Reckoner Bankbuster or play one of your other cards in your hand at sorcery speed, then all of that benefit, relatively speaking, that Bankbuster was gaining with instant speed cards doesn't exist. The other thing is, Bankbuster's stat line needs to be relevant, which is the case right now. There are a bunch of 3/3s flying around in every deck, or 3/2s. So Bankbuster blocks really well and allows you to slow down your opponent's ability to do damage to you. very effectively. It's tempo positive. If you have lots of things that can crew it. And between Sun Gold Sentinel and Shanna, this has a lot more of those than my deck does. The problem is I still don't think that's quite enough, because I don't think that Shanna is reliably castable on 3, and I also think that of all of the 3-drops in your deck, if you have Bankbuster on 2, and then you have your choice of any of the 3-drops in your deck that you could play on 3, Shanna maybe beats out Welcoming Vampire, maybe not, depending on the context, but it doesn't beat out Wedding Announcement. You 100% want to be playing Wedding Announcement on 3, which means you kind of, to my mind, want to be playing a 2-drop that does something better with Wedding Announcement than Bankbuster that does literally nothing with Wedding Announcement. Bankbuster in Limited it's colorless. It's hard for colorless cards to be bad. Thoughts on Sentinel. So, I don't hate Sentinel, because it does the job of trading with a creature out of red-black. My biggest problem was that its best case scenario is that it trades with a creature out of red-black. And that just... Ultimately, comparing this card to Teachings of the Kirin, this blocks better on the draw in that it can immediately trade with a 2-drop, and it can trade with a Trespasser that Teachings can't. But if you're going to be doing Welcoming Vampire and Shanna things, I kind of like the fact that Teachings just goes sort of wide and starts insulating your other stuff from Invoke Despair and Liliana. Whereas Sun Gold Sentinel also is something that kind of just eats a cut down, and Teachings also eats a cut down, but slightly less. Also, Teachings works way better with Welcoming Vampire. Sun Gold Sentinel does work better with Katilda. There's not no reason to play Sun Gold Sentinel, and I do think that it's worth exploring. I just, at this point, think that Teachings probably is slightly more of what the deck wants to do. Important note, only one Teachings. Yeah. I don't think Teachings is a card that like has any self-synergy and that it gets better in multiples particularly, so I would just jam as many Teachings as you have. But Sun Gold Sentinel is not a card that I think is in any super significant way worse than Teachings. I think that if it's worse, it's in a marginal way. Ooh. So I think that I'm ultimately pretty skeptical of the Augur and the Bankbuster. I don't hate the Sentinel. The AO probably warrants more testing. I don't think this is bad. 3, on the one hand, seems like a lot, but on the other hand, I guess there is the benefit of you can storm the festival to hit 2 of them, and that's actually a good thing. So, yeah, I might end up testing this. My guess is probably something like, I think one more Wandering Emperor fits this deck. And then, I don't know, I'm still kind of whatever on the one of Llanowar. I don't hate it, I don't love it. I think the Dennicks are still reasonable as a main deck. And then one Kirin. I would probably do something like this, at which point you've cut the 2 copies of the Brokers Ascendancy for a Shanna and an AO, and my gut says that might not be wrong at all. I'm not actually sure that the Brokers Ascendancy is good. I just kind of want to experiment with it. As for the sideboard, I have no clue. I would not play Terra Sunder. Don't we have better Do we not have better Terra Sunder? I guess we don't if you're looking for a Naturalize. It is still just Naturalize. I suppose you could hypothetically play Cathar Commando instead. I don't know that I actually think that's better, though. There's also the Wolf that's a Naturalize, but both of those have the problem of costing 3 and not 2. Cathar Commando at least has Flash. Banishing Slash is double white, which is kind of hard. There is Return to Nature, which doesn't exile, but can exile. There's also Kappa Tech Wrecker. Huh. That's actually like a moderately interesting Magic card. So Leyline Binding I don't think that I'd ever be willing to play in this deck because the number of land types is super limited. Basically, Leyline Binding is like not a card that exists unless you draw Spara's Headquarters, which, yeah, that makes me scared. Silverback Elder is not a good card, right? Except every 5-drop makes me kind of tempted because of Storm the Festival. And Titan of Industry is probably too much for this deck. You know what, I don't hate Terra Sunder. If you need a Naturalize, it's the best one. I'm not sure you need a Naturalize in this format, but of all the things in the format that are Naturalizes, it is one of them. Yeah, if Silverback Elder hit the ETB, that'd be cool. Sarah Paragon's not bad in the deck either, no. It's a little tricky to find the room for it. So Return to Nature can exile something from the graveyard, but Terra Sunder actually exiles the thing it's targeting. I have no clue if that's ever relevant, other than I guess it's a slightly, possibly marginal improvement when targeting the backside of Edgar Markov, potentially? Yeah. Opposing Sarah Paragons are a nice reason why you would want to exile stuff, but we're not actually boarding in Terra Sunders against Esper midrange if we don't have black, right? What matchup do we actually want to Naturalize against where the exile upside comes in? The only matchup I can think of where you want to Naturalize is against a Lotus deck, right? Which is probably why I'm not comfortable running 3 Naturalizes in the sideboard to begin with. Totally different story if you can actually pay the black on the Terra Sunder. So Elspeth shield counters on Wedding Announcement, I guess, but like you're still not actually bringing Terra Sunder in that matchup. Because we're not trying to think of a matchup where we would rather be able to exile an enchantment than destroy an enchantment. We're trying to think of a matchup where we want Naturalize at all, and then we need to figure out if there's a reason to care about exiling over destroying. And I can't think of any decks right now other than blue-white control combo with Lotus that I would want to Naturalize against. Yeah, so then hypothetically, if you actually wanted to bring in a Naturalize against Esper, I assume you would want a body. I'm not sure whether you prefer the 3/1 flash body or the 2/2 body. I'm going to assume you would probably prefer the 3/1 flash, just because it's better at trading with Trespasser, and if I'm playing against an Esper deck where I hypothetically wanted a Naturalize for whatever reason, or a Bant deck, I guess, well, I don't know. The Werewolf is better if you have the ability to pass the turn and flip it to night, but I guess you have Wandering Emperor as a 3-of, so you hypothetically have some control some of the time over flipping it to night. Yeah, the Werewolf triggers Welcoming Vampire. That is true. That is true. Maybe that's a reason? I don't know. I think that's getting kind of nitty-gritty details that I'm never really going to have good answers to. Yeah, the 2/1 Flash Commando does loop with Paragon, which is, I suppose, part of the reason to value it if you have Paragon. I'm just not sure that this particular Bant deck has the room to play Paragon. Maybe it does. I don't know. Then again, if your opponent's playing Paragon, I guess the Bant deck is actually playing 4 Steel spells. So hypothetically, having synergy with your opponent's Paragons is a benefit. Minus AO plus 1 Paragon? Yeah, you could. The thing is that Paragon's value is card advantage, and so far with the deck, we have had so much card advantage that has not been the restrictive part of our deck at all, that playing something like Paragon that provides excess card advantage that kind of has no use feels worse to me than playing something like AO that is a more tempo positive development of mana, that if the opponent removes it, does things, and if they don't remove it, attacks really hard. And Paragon's kind of just like a 3/4. Suspicious Stowaway is another one of those cards that kind of I'm going to feel hurt comparing Suspicious Stowaway to Reckoner Bankbuster, but similar to Reckoner Bankbuster, it's one of those cards that typically gets its best oomph if you're passing rather than playing spells at sorcery speed. Paragon does let you recast Weddings. I mean, that's cool, but part of the reason Wedding is strong is that you can kind of just, not care as much if it gets removed. Gala Greeters is a card that I'm, kind of interested in. Maybe... You know what? Actually, I don't know if this is correct. Let's test 1 Gala Greeters over this Loam Speaker and see how that feels. Because the life gain is cool with Shanna. The rest of it I'm less certain of. It's probably worse against aggro if you can't block with the 1/3, but whatever. You know what? Hold on. One of my original concerns was that Loam Speaker wasn't necessarily good because we didn't have a lot of 4-drops that we could ramp into. Gala Greeters is nice that we get to go Gala Greeters on 2 and then actually just play a regular 3-drop on 3 and then still use that treasure later. Still only 2 Shannas? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we get to the point where we cut the Brokers Ascendancy for another Shanna and an AO or something, and then maybe we cut the Wrens for AOs. That's also worth testing. But, okay. I'm beginning to get sold on this idea that Gala Greeters making treasures and storing mana onto future turns is actually maybe moderately useful. Although I guess the logic of Llanowar still lets you cast 5-drop on turn 4, so that's actually not anything special. Well, I mean, gaining life is cool. And we can put multiple creatures into play. I guess you can do more than one thing with this card per turn, technically. It's a real bummer it's not a human. Yeah, we did dye my hair on stream. At this point, I think it's mostly just bleached. It was silver at one point, but that dye washed out kind of quick, and I've been lazy about reapplying it. What other human 2-drops do we have? Or like humans in general. I guess Ambitious Farmhand and then trying to find a Plains would be like the alternative here. Guardian of Numenali is technically a human. Cathar Commando is technically... Oh, wait, no, both of the 2-drops are humans, so that's not actually a difference. Why are you a human? Oh, you turn into a human. Oh, okay. You're all humans. Rafine's Informant is a human. Malevolent Hermit's a human. It's actually easier to cast a blue spell on turn 2 than anything else, if I recall correctly. Zuza turns into a human? Meh. Taxidermist doesn't really have any synergies at all, other than that it's kind of good with Teachings of the Kirin. No, 4 or more creatures. That just never happens, especially not against... Why can I never remember the name of the thing that graveyards... Graveyard Trespasser. It's because I always think that its name starts with a T. And then get stuck trying to not confuse it with Tenacious Underdog. Alright. We'll test out the Gala Greeters. See how that works. Still not really sold on this. Alright, we had another deck we also wanted to take a look at. Was that right? It was somewhere. There's the other one. Perfect. And export to Arena. Copity. Decity. Pastity. Briarbridge Tracker, there's another good 3-drop. Briarbridge Tracker is in the Liliana family of 3-drops I am very cautious about calling good. This... No, this was the old one. Suddenly my deck is filled with lots of my deck box is filled with lots of Bant decks that I can't tell apart. Is it this Bant deck? Maybe? This Bant deck. Brokers Ascendancy, Tamiyo Completed Sage, Wedding Announcement, Restoration. Okay, so at this point, this is kind of like a completely different deck that I don't necessarily know super well how to evaluate. I'm going to break a lot of hearts. I'm still of the opinion that Tamiyo is like a completely unplayable Magic card that like doesn't do anything that's remotely relevant or useful. None of these abilities are good. So it just like is a bad card to play. Because it doesn't do anything. Lots of recursions. This is token. Yeah, but like you don't want recursion. You just want to do things. And like Tamiyo has an uptick that's bad. It has a downtick that copies something from the graveyard and means that like whatever 3-drop died earlier in the game, you're copying with your 5-mana Planeswalker. And like it's conditional in that it requires something to have gone to the graveyard already that you care about and that you want back. Whereas Elspeth is going and actively finding some 3-drop with a lower fizzle rate because you don't have to meet a pre-existing condition for this to do anything. It's got an ultimate that actively wins the game instead of an ultimate that kind of doesn't do anything. And the uptick is like actually secretly the best part of Elspeth. It's why we're running it in the first place. We just uptick it and make things gain life and get bigger. It's like, if any of Tamiyo's abilities did something that like made me like one of the abilities and actively want one of the abilities, then the other 2 abilities just being cool extra would be solid. The problem is that all 3 of Tamiyo's abilities are bad and I don't want them. So there's no part of the card that, like, subsidizes the rest of the card being underwhelming. Johnny for poison counter / draw. The trouble with a Johnny is, again, kind of that, like, for one, it's not actually draw in this deck. There is, like, 8 creatures. So the uptick is going to miss about 100% of the time. But the downtick also, like, you get 1 downtick out of the card ever. And spending 4 mana to put 3 counters on some creatures and give them vigilance for the turn isn't a good enough rating constructed right now. And if you somehow build a deck where Johnny is like a 3-drop that you just uptick forever and the entire deck is creatures, so it's like a really bad collected company but draws you cards while you protect a Johnny, that's probably a Johnny's role if a role for a Johnny exists. But we can't build a deck like that right now because, like, all the best cards in white, green are enchantments. The uptick gets walkers? Alright, that's better. It's still not really good. It's better. But again, like, too much of the deck is whiffs because you already have the lands that are also whiffs. Yeah. It is basically bad Cabaretti Ascendancy. That's true. I don't disagree that a Johnny probably is better than Tamio, but I think that both are, like, not where you want to be. I think AO and Wrenn and Seven probably both do more than Tamio. Although Wrenn and Seven is a little worse without Storm the Festival, because part of the value is that it finds your 6th land and finds your 10th land while milling more Storm the Festivals. So this list looks to be wanting to combo off with Rite of Harmony, which isn't something that I really know how to, like, comment on hyper well. Because I guess the idea is on turn 4 you play Rite of Harmony and then play 2 1/1s and draw 2 cards. I suppose that's cool. I just feel like there's no element of this deck that is accelerating at a rate that other decks can't handle, or that's, like, fast enough. Whereas Storm in the Festival, like, starts to actually put a huge amount of pressure onto the board really fast. Or else Shanna is something that starts putting a lot of power on the board fast and can threaten your opponent and kill them if they aren't drawing, or if they aren't playing to the board enough. And Restoration of Eiganjo and Wedding Announcement are good, and, like, do that. Like, I do kind of feel like these cards here are a powerful way to pressure your opponent, and so is Elspeth. So the games where you, like, play some combination of these every turn for a while are probably going to go well. But I just don't know that you're gaining anything out of doing the Rite of Harmony, Join the Dance stuff with Resolute Enforcements that, like, is better than just playing some more chunky, substantial stuff on curve and bigger top end, I guess. Meat Hook Massacre is a good point. This is the kind of deck that I don't think does super well against Meat Hook Massacre. And I don't think that that is the kind of way to build a deck that I want to be leaning into right now. And drowning the opponents in 1/1s is fine. I just think that too many decks have random answers to that kind of game plan right now. If you don't feel like doing the Storm the Festival thing, and if you don't feel like stealing your opponent's permanents, then my next recommendation would be to jam Sanctuary Wardens. It's more castable, but also kind of just can go over the top of some of the Esper lists. Also, if you're gonna be playing Resolute Reinforcements and Join the Dance, I think you absolutely have to play 2 Katilda minimum. The fact that it's a super powerful mana dork with a Wedding Announcement that also starts growing your team, Katilda does everything this kind of deck wants. Actually, probably works somewhat well with Rite of Harmony, too. Come to think of it, actually. No, it doesn't do it. I keep thinking that Arlen gives all of your creatures for the turn haste, but it doesn't. It gives them flash and +1/+1 counters. Every time I think this card gives haste, I get really excited, and then remember that's not actually what it does. So, in regards to Meathook not hurting me too bad because my board rebuilds really quick, I think that it's really important to highlight what I consider the defining line between when Meathook is a very good card and when Meathook is a very medium card that you take out. Meathook is good when it is a Plague Wind. Meathook is bad when it is a board wipe. Because the decks that play Meathook, without fail, tend to be decks that play creatures, and they tend to be decks that try to play creatures with relatively high toughness. So, if you have a deck that makes a bunch of 1/1s and 2/2s and maybe 2/3s, but mostly 1/1s and 2/2s, it doesn't matter if you're capable of rebuilding quickly after a Meathook, because the entire way in which your deck is then weak to Meathook in the first place is that your opponent didn't kill their creatures and did kill yours, and now you have to spend a bunch of time rebuilding to return to parity, at which point they get to spend all of that time you spent rebuilding getting more ahead of you in other ways, or maybe just getting more ahead of you on the board state. Meathook is flexible. It can play the board wipe role, where it just is like a 6-drop that kills your entire board and makes you lose by resource disadvantage. But most decks, including this deck that we were just looking at, but in general, most decks in Standard right now are so good at not running out of resources that style of gameplay isn't super likely to work in a higher percentage of average games relative to a lot of other time periods and a lot of other formats. So Meathook's niche then is when it is a powerful tempo card that also starts to push through a bunch of damage. I see a lot of people acting like Meathook is mostly a board wipe and that's good, and it's not. Like, if Meathook is a 6-mana board wipe against aggro, the life gain doesn't matter. Meathook is a very bad way to kill Adeline that is not efficient enough to make a real difference. In fact, it's like actively not a card you actually want for the matchup. You probably don't always board it out, but it doesn't like improve your win rate, even compared to something like a Fatefully Absent is probably better than Meathook against an Adeline deck. But yeah, anyway, Meathook is really powerful right now because the decks that play it play 3 toughness creatures and 4 toughness creatures, and even then you take Meathook out in the mirror because you've reached the point at which you're playing against other decks that have high toughness creatures because that's what other Meathook decks are doing, and so Meathook becomes bad. The exception to that, I should note, that changes all of these rules I just described are the decks that play Meathook as a damage source, like Oni Cult Anvil decks, And they are doing a completely different thing with Meathook that most decks don't do. And so they like buck all the rules because they don't care that Meathook is killing their own creature. They do sort of want Meathook to be a late game board reset because they have infinity creatures and they're just trying to kill the opponent while keeping the board empty. And they're almost like they're playing some kind of weird burn fog deck. They're doing weird things. So minus Tamio plus Warden and Katilda. Warden. I don't remember which one Warden was, but yeah, that sounds reasonable. All right, I think that was all of that, right? So we'll test out this one, having replaced the Llanowar with a Gala Greeters at this point. 6/6 Angel. Oh, is the 5/5 with shield counters? If that's the Warden card, then yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. Are Anvil decks any good again, or do people just go over the top of it right now? My understanding is that Anvil decks have a tough time with all of the decks playing Shieldred, and that a lot of the black decks are just randomly running Meathook Massacre, which is good against the Oni Cult Anvil decks for the same reason it's good in them. This hand on the draw. All we have to do is draw a green source in the first 2 turns. Problem is the Welcoming Vampire isn't really a good 3-drop anyway. I don't know. Let's experiment. I think this is supposed to be a mulligan, for what it's worth. Hey Chris, first time watcher. I've enjoyed watching you on tournament streams. Hey! Glad you found that enjoyable. Welcome aboard. Yeah, Titan of Industry Reanimator decks are also really inherently hard for the Anvil decks. The life gain and the artifact destruction is all the opposite of what they want to see. Have I tried any mono blue yet? No. I suspect I won't. I don't have any reason to believe mono blue is a bad deck. I just have reason to believe that mono blue is not the style of deck that sparks joy inside of me. Is the most polite way I can phrase it. Green, yay! Alright, start with the island in case we top deck a painless green source, I guess. Oh, wait, hold on, is that bad? What if I draw a 2-drop white card? So I think that was wrong, because if they didn't play Bloodtithe Harvester and I drew Katilda, did I want to pay 2 life to play Katilda there? Maybe? Oh. Teachings of the Kirin doesn't look embarrassing here. So if I play Welcoming Vampire as my 3-drop, then Teachings triggers it on turn 4 without me having to do anything. And then I get to pass holding up Wandering Emperor to trigger Welcoming Vampire again? It's like pretty actively, moderately unembarrassing. Retrieve Socks. Socks, did I play you out earlier? No? You're just chilling on the bed? Cool. Jund, probably Reanimator, which means Titan of Industry, which does make this a matchup I'm a little scared of. Alright, let's... Opponent didn't attack with the Bloodtithe Harvester into the 1/1. Why? Because they want to defend their life total? Weird. But okay. Huh, okay. I mean, I have no objections to this. That seems fine for me. Wow. Hello, kitty cat. Oopsie up. Oh no! The removal spell! Presumably they top decked because they didn't play that on my turn? Oh, they cycled Proving Ground. Okay. Well, let's see here then. Don't mind me, opponent, nothing suspicious here. Dom is passing up, nothing to see. Cruelty of Gix. Oh no. I should be happy, I suppose, that that didn't immediately go to 2. That tends to be scarier. Alright, what are you taking before I decide what I'm doing with this? Now, it is worth noting, I have Graveyard Hate in the form of Kirin Touched Orochi. That's kind of nifty. You're not humans? No, of course not. That would be too easy. Alright, so we're going to exile Bloodtithe Harvester, get a creature. They can tutor up a board wipe. They can meat hook for 4. So I'm down-ticking Wrenn and Seven. And I think I'm up-ticking Wandering Emperor for more damage.
Remember your training.
I don't have any creatures in my graveyard, do I? I have Welcoming Vampire that they could reanimate. I'd rather them reanimate Welcoming Vampire than the 3/2. I'm assuming that they're probably not going to... Oh, they have a blood token, so they're not going to expose me to... They're not going to expose a creature in their hand to Kirin reanimation, exiling anyway. I could choose to uptick the Wrenn and Seven here, trying to get to the point where I can do Storm the Festival things. But I think I'd rather do that next turn. It's not super likely they kill my Wrenn and Seven here, and I don't think that upticking Wrenn and Seven is likely to draw enough cards that I can zero it to start getting to 10 mana next turn. Alright, what did you tutor for, opponent? Meat hook for 3, yes. That's why we pumped the 2/2, was to force them to have to spend more mana on the Meat Hook Massacre. Uptick Wrenn and Seven. More lands. 1 land. Well, that's unexciting. Alright, Shanna. Pump Treefolk. Play Katilda. Have more mana next turn, force more board wipes. Headquarters. We might make a Treefolk that's just, like, big enough to completely ignore a Titan. Oh, this triggers even if I've gained no life. That's kind of amusing. Alright, they discard Titan of Industry. Surprising, but I actually have no enchantments to blow up, which just makes that a little less scary. Hey, Lunanite. Thank you for the 30 months of subbing. I appreciate it. What's Emperor's loyalty? 4. Also, why no swamps? Swamps are cool and damp. Swamps are pretty cool. I don't disagree with that. But we're trying different. Different is also cool. Oh, wait, is this not enough? No, it's not enough. Oh no. What a mistake. Do I make more Treefolk? My opponent doesn't have good attacks here, right? So I guess we just uptick. And then we downtick. Then we move the camera up. And then we pass. Alright, opponent. You get a lot of looting. What you gonna do? Oh, they are not gonna be able to meat hook to kill this tree folk anytime soon. They can do 7 this turn with a land drop, at most. Soul of Windgrace. Oh dear. I will note, if I didn't have this Wrenn and Seven making a giant token, any other thing here, like an AO, would be kind of difficult. Each player discards a card. Wow, that's so bad against Wrenn. Oh no, opponent, I'm sorry. Yeah, they can't attack. Alright, let's see, what are we doing? Am I tapping Katilda and Shanna to cast Storm the Festival when I've already got a pair of Planeswalkers in play? I don't know. Yeah, that's true. We did mill this Storm the Festival with Kirin. Alright, let's start with this. We down-tick this Wrenn and Seven, and then we Storm the Festival so that we can hit the other Wrenn and Seven. Or to hit Wedding Announcement Brokers Ascendancy. That also sounds like a cool time. So then we're going to down-tick this Wandering Emperor, I guess. Nah, we chill. Oh gosh, orders. This looks probably correct. I'm just going to assume that this is correct. Boing! Two reflections of Kiki-Jikis are kind of a problem. This we cannot deny. Things must be done about that. Opponent down to 3. Because if the opponent starts copying that Titan of Industry, that's not great. So we need to hit an Elspeth to give flying. Welcoming Vampire has flying. Alright, Wrenn, mill another thingy, please. Or we could have stolen the Titan of Industry, would also have been valid. Oh dear. Okay, so Welcoming Vampire gets played. Teachings of the Kirin attempts to draw a card. No, Grafted Identity! Ugh. 1, 2, 3. We've milled 3 of the Grafted Identities. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Nothing with Trample. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't attack with Shanna if I want to activate Katilda, and I'm pretty sure that I'm supposed to want to activate Katilda. So they can block with 4, 9, 11 power relatively easily. 13 is harder. So I think we buff this Tree Folk with First Strike for the turn. Go to combat, swings. Then again, I guess I don't want them attacking with Titan of Industry. Huh. And they can absolutely attack with Titan of Industry. Alright, I think that means we actually kind of have to just dirtle for the time being. I was not expecting to completely fail to find anything this many turns in a row. Okay, I discard my land, thank you.
I'm tired of your secrets.
Ugh. Shanna needs to be bigger. Do I just make more tree folks? Or do I continue upticking Wrenn? I think it's gotta be uptick Wrenn, try to mill Storm. Mill Dennick and Storm. So we have one Elspeth in the graveyard. Okay, you ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Here's the out. Storm the Festival. Opponent allows Storm the Festival to resolve. Not realizing that we hit our grafted thingy. Oh, come on. Which would remove the Titan of Industry before they would have the chance to copy it with Kiki, winning the game on the spot. That would have been so fun. Alas. We'll have to settle for just Elspeth.
Fight's coming. I'll be on the front lines.
So 16 cards in deck. They can attack with 5 Titan of Industries if we're not threatening lethal, which is kind of a problem. Elspeth doesn't give Trample, but does give Lifelink. They have the ability to sack any of their creatures? No. So I could attack with a 17/17 Lifelinker. That feels like something I'm probably supposed to do.
I know there's a hero inside you.
I could choose to not attack with a 17/17 Lifelinker, which also sounds like something I'm probably supposed to do.
Guards, to me.
Oh, I forgot that the Wandering Emperor downtick was actually somehow still drawing a card here. I'm probably not supposed to play the Dennick right now. So they blow up the Brokers Ascendancy and make a 4/4. And blow up the Wedding Announcement and make a 4/4. Elspeth downtick can't hit anything relevant because the enchantment we were trying to hit was a 4-drop. We had a pretty huge number of opportunities to just win this game on the spot and kind of whiffed on a lot of them, which is shocking. Oh, wait, oh, they messed up. Interesting. Ooh, losing the Lifelinker hurts. I didn't realize they had messed up there. In doing all of that on my second main phase, they didn't get to keep the Titans around.
Won't be outsmarting me.
Is that Waterloo? It is. Peach flavored. Okay. Still one Grafted Identity in the deck. Which we can cast at the Titan of Industry to kill it. I want to draw before I mill. Wait, we already...
Must protect the people.
Oh, we already triggered the draw. I see. So they get to combo off this turn if we don't find that last Grafted Identity. Shoot. The bottom cards of our deck are mostly lands. Oh, shoot. Not knowing the bottom cards of my deck is actually a problem here. There's a pretty good chance I'm supposed to downtick this Elspeth to attempt to put a random order. I think I'm supposed to downtick this Elspeth to put potentially that 4-drop on the bottom of my deck off this downtick. Okay, it's in the bottom of my deck. Storm the Festival is also there. Wedding Announcement's basically useless, so we grab the land. No, it's not. Well, it kind of is. It kind of is. Land's probably better. So that's in a random order. Then we mill with Wrenn and Seven. But we also hit both the Storm the Festival, so this probably isn't going to work. Wait, could I play Dennick and crack the clue and cast the 10-drop? 6. Oh, I could have. I should have played Dennick first. Okay, well, we didn't mill any creatures, so it doesn't hurt. Alright, now we play Dennick, which we should have done previously. Now we play Teachings and try to mill a creature, or failing that, mill a Storm. We milled the last Grafted Identity instead of one Storm that would have won the game. Oh my goodness, I have taken so many dice rolls and failed every single one of them. That's kind of just so absurd. No, okay, I can't win at this point. Wow. I think that was actually like the equivalent of about 14 coin flips in a row, all going the wrong way. Ah, dear, dear, dear. Okay, we want Dennick. Probably want Peacekeeper. Probably want Elspeth. Well, maybe don't want Elspeth. Maybe don't not want Elspeth. Well, Elspeth's probably fine. Disdainful Strokes, this is the matchup that it was supposed to be for. Yeah, that still makes sense to me. Teachings of the Kirin is still relatively useful, but probably less so. Brokers Ascendancy doesn't feel like the kind of thing that I want to be doing against a Titan deck anyway. Grafted Identity, I don't actually think it's good against them, but it looked weirdly good in that game, so maybe we roll with it. Maybe we don't roll with all of it, though. I can probably trim on Teachings because I don't think they're actually that aggressive. And by trim, I mean cut entirely. And by cut entirely, I mean they're still pretty good. Gala Greeters admittedly better with Disdainful Stroke. Don't think we need that many Elspeths. Destroy Evil doesn't really kill Titans. It does kill Fable. That's something, maybe. But not as good as Disdainful Stroke, I don't think. Take the play. Keep a reasonable-ish hand. We don't do anything until turn 3 Anointed Peacekeeper, but it's fine. Potentially we play Shanna on 3 if we hit the 4th untap land to Wandering Emperor. I'm not sure which of those is better. If we don't have the 4th land, I'd rather play Peacekeeper so that I can shut my opponent off of having turn 3 Graveyard Trespasser. But if I have the capacity to play Wandering Emperor on turn 4 for sure, then I want to play Shanna because I don't care about the 3/3. Alright, we have the capacity to play the Wandering Emperor on 4. I think there's a pretty good chance Peacekeeper might be better than Elite Spellbinder in a lot of matchups currently. But I also think that there's not a lot of decks that want disruptive white creatures right now. It's hard to compare to Spellbinder. The fact that Spellbinder flies makes it better when you're trying to be a pure aggressive deck. Peacekeeper is a much more multi-purpose card that fits in more shells. It fits in decks trying to perform more roles, because it blocks better, basically. So, like, in a deck like ours, where we hypothetically want to play Peacekeeper while possibly denying the opponent the ability to be aggressive towards us, Peacekeeper's actually better for our deck than Spellbinder is. But purely for the purpose of which is the better card for hyper-aggressive decks, that answer is probably Spellbinder. Yeah, I think I'm still just supposed to play Shanna. Yeah, I was going to say, if my opponent does something like play Fable, then I like the fact that with Shanna I can attack, play a 3-drop, and gain a life. Or, well, and draw cards. And I believe... Do I want to Anointed Peacekeeper here over Wedding Announcement? Yes, because I don't want my opponent to be able to attack for free with a Shaman. Okay, so the opponent has Burn Down the House, Trespasser, Swamp. Can play Burn Down the House this turn if they want to. I probably don't want them to. Boing. Yeah, Anointed Peacekeeper absolutely demolishes Planeswalkers. Costs more to cast and costs 2 extra to activate. Anointed Peacekeeper basically permanently Doomblades Planeswalkers. It's very good. Did they just discard the land? Oh, they must have an untapped land in hand and want to play Soul of Windgrace. Okay, sure. Sure. So do they throw away the 2/2? No. They can burn down the house next turn, though. So if I end up if I Wandering Emperor here, then I kill the Soul of Windgrace and do 3 damage and draw a card. The trouble is that lets them then burn down the house, which kills the Fable and the 2/2, but also I lose the Wandering Emperor. The alternative to that is no attacks. Play Wedding Announcement, hold up Disdainful Stroke for the burn down the house. That kind of bites. That kind of all sucks. Maybe we just bait the opponent into not blocking because they're scared of Wandering Emperor? No. Didn't think so. Oh well.
Anyone who harms my people must we've got the edge in this fight.
Yeah, Boseiju unfortunately does not do anything meaningful here. Too many lands. Wah. We don't need to hold Boseiju to answer Fable, because Fable's about to get answered by their own. No! We did it! Oh, that's... They didn't have the untapped land, so we won the game. Huzzah! They didn't have any land at all. Sweet. Don't want them trading with the Peacekeeper with both their creatures, so the counter goes there. Okay, sure. Let's go ahead and play the wedding announcement to draw the card and start the wedding announcement towards the flipping thing. I am going to draw a number of cards that in no way at all broadcasts the fact that I have Disdainful Stroke in my hand. Oh yeah, our hand was all about announcing absolutely everything. I almost wonder if Intrepid Adversary is like something interesting. All I have to do is kick it 5 times and we get out of the range of Burn Down the House. It only takes 10 mana. That's actually less completely absurd than you might think. Where did I go to school? High school or college? Either way, answers are Hawkinson High School in Washington, and then I went to Washington State University, Vancouver. Shanna is pretty reasonable. I agree with this statement. I'm still not certain that I'm sold on Grafted Identity against their deck. I tell you what, Intrepid Adversary, that's a game plan. But is it fun? I mean, it's probably good with the Disdainful Stroke thing, right? I don't know. They got a lot of board wipes. Elspeth Resplendent seems good. Gala Greeters seems fine. Anointed Peacekeeper still seems fine. Wrenn and Seven might seem meh. You know what? We can probably trim storm the festivals now that we're not actually playing Grafted Identities. Okay. We're gonna call this we're gonna call this a game plan. Yeah, I think I feel like keeping in the Grafted Identities is getting hung up on the fact that we had like 12 turns where drawing Grafted Identity or hitting Grafted Identity off any of our 10 looks was lethal, but I don't think that's actually likely to be the case super often. During Angel for Invoke Despair. Yeah, that's supposed to be the idea. I kind of like that we have way more fixing to find it with all of the Storm the Festivals that we're already running for other reasons. Okay, I like Dennick. Dennick does anti-graveyard things. I like Wedding Announcement. That's a card that's good on curve. Shanna does die to removal. This is true. But you can also do some interesting things like Wandering Emperor on turn 4, uptick it, down tick it on your turn, and then play Shanna on turn 5, and then immediately use your extra 2 mana to draw with the Shanna. So, like, you don't necessarily need to play it on turn 3. There are ways you can play it that make it not just die to removal. I think it's better to get the wedding announcement ticking than to, like, develop the Shanna that just stares at the Trespasser in this position anyway. Heck, maybe the opponent attacks with the Trespasser and then I get to play Shanna and attack with Dennick, draw a card. Am I supposed to double block here? Opponent already made the mistake of playing their land for the turn, and we now know they don't have Fable this turn. We also know that next turn they can't... Yeah, I think it is double block. I guess the most likely thing that they want to do here is that they want to play a Graveyard Trespasser next turn. And if they want to play a Graveyard Trespasser... Or they want to play Graveyard Trespasser second main phase, exiling my Dennick is their idea. And if their plan is to play a Graveyard Trespasser second main phase anyway, then my plan of going Shanna, draw a card next turn is pretty bad. So I think it's better for me to make this trade than to not make this trade. No, our opponent's a Jund Reanimator list who is having problems with their mana. There's the Cruelty of Gix that I didn't have the Disdainful Stroke for. Alright. Oh my gosh. My opponent's gonna be so salty. I'm sorry, opponent. I'm sitting here with my counter spells, and now you have to tutor up something to answer the Dennick. Maybe I should have actually held that? Probably not. Right. So if they get a removal spell, it has to be a 2-mana removal spell with the Cruelty of Gix, because the Wedding Festivity makes cut down not work. But yeah, it's possible I might have been supposed to hold Dennick so that they had to tutor something up, not knowing that I was going to be able to play a Dennick to fizzle the reanimation. And now our Shanna's capable of attacking through the Trespasser. They're really debating. Okay. I'm assuming that they have to have a lot of cards in hand here. Meat Hook for 4. Now that just gets Disdainful Stroked, opponent. So that can't be your plan. Land drop is good. Combat, swing with the squad. I'm willing to lose a 2/2 to get through 4 damage. Gain a bunch of life. Go to end of turn, Shanna trigger. Take action. Draw 4 cards, sounds like fun. Draw 4 cards, sounds like fun. Yep, they can't remove Dennick at instant speed, so the Cruelty of Gix is gone and does nothing. And we just sit here with our Disdainful Stroke still up. Yeah, Shanna currently looking pretty reasonable. Very, very, very reasonable. Wonder what they tutored. I think maybe they tutored the Meat Hook. Probably not, because that doesn't seem like a good thing to tutor for the Disdainful Stroke. But, I don't know. I mean, if your alternative to casting the Meat Hook is doing nothing, then casting the Meat Hook and using up 1 Disdainful Stroke out of my hand makes sense. If I considered putting in 3 or has 2 been fine? I mean, we've been consistently finding the 2 of. Potentially a 3rd is fine, but we don't have, like, access to any looting at all. So the legendary downside is pretty substantial. Is Shigeki consideration with our self-mill? Not really, because the vast majority of our impactful cards are legendary, and we don't have any, like, cheap efficient spells, and I think Shigeki kind of thrives on cheap efficient spells. What am I drinking? Currently a Waterloo Sparkling Peach. Alright. We're gonna continue, but I have like a sneeze coming up in my nose. I'm waiting for it. Ah, okay. That took a while. Can look like a beer can. It'll be a very fancy pinkish beer can in that case. But, maybe there's fancy peach beer out there somewhere. Yeah, I suppose we have no objection to this. Eiganjo is basically filling the role of a spell here. We get to go 2-drop into 3-drop on curve, and I don't think that I'm supposed to say no to that. How's Teachings of the Kirin been? Much, much better than I was expecting it to. It has basically filled the role of 2-drop that buys us time while synergizing with the rest of our deck that's actually better than you would expect against the generic black threats in the deck, or in the metagame right now. It hasn't come up a ton yet, but I do think that like making multiple bodies, in addition to just being good against Lily and Invoke, is also pretty decent when we are playing these 4 copies of Grafted Identity. Teachings of the Kirin. Oh, opponent, that's a cool looking card. I think that it's worse in their deck, though, since their deck just already has access to good 2-drops in black. But it could be worse. I suppose it's a way to insulate Cruelty of Gix from Invoke Despair, which is something that deck sort of struggles with, so maybe it actually has some merit. But, I mean, you have Blood Tithe Harvester, though. I don't know. Maybe, like, there's room for a copy of Teachings of Kirin or something, because I still think you want Blood Tithe Harvester over Teachings of Kirin. Old Rutstein. It's annoying. Alright. Blood Token is thankfully not treasure, which is the thing that old Rutstein can get that is scary. In fact, in the interest of old Rutstein not being allowed to make treasure for the opponent, we will have old Rutstein make treasure for us. Also, I wanted to make a 1-1 with the wedding announcement anyway, so that 1-1 wasn't accomplishing very much. Now, opponent is main decking some number of Terra Sunders, so our Grafted Identity could be going away here. Can you send a picture of a fancy beer can that the drink might be mistaken for? Sure. I'm down for that. Riveteer's Overlook, so no 4-drop for the opponent. No, it's just a creature that has no merit to me whatsoever. Okay, so the fact that old Rutstein made a blood token is still kind of a problem, because now they can discard and reanimate with Cruelty on their turn, and I can't do anything about it. And that kind of bites. I probably would prefer to draw a card with Wedding Announcement to get a 1-1 at this point. But I can't do anything with Shigeki. Probably supposed to get rid of Cruelty. So they probably trade off with the 2/2 here. Do I Eiganjo to keep my Kirin in play? I could draw into one of our 3 Wandering Emperors, would reward me for not using the Eiganjo. So I have to operate under the assumption that I'm about to get hit by a Titan. If I do get hit by a Titan, it's blowing up Grafted Exoskeleton and making a 4/4. But then I think the 6th land for casting Storm in the Festival is too important. Whenever we take the Overlook? They got a duplicate, so I don't think so. They only cycled a Proving Ground. They did not put a creature in the graveyard. Rad. They only need 1 Overlook to keep the Soul going forever. Alright, there's the Cruelty of Gix. They put it on the first chapter instead of the second, which I generally think is a mistake in this kind of a position. If they put it on the second, they get to immediately tutor Titan and then discard the Titan to blood and reanimate the Titan next turn, which is just, like, a pretty big deal. Now, we are comfortable jamming Storm because we have a duplicate Storm. Alright. I'm excited to have gotten that out of the way. Highly effective scrying in play. We even hit the untap land, so I get to use blood to loot away this Dreamroot Cascade. Opponent goes to 3. I mean, their life is legitimately kind of hard here. They probably tutor Meathook. Play Meathook for 3. Go to 2, unless they hit an untapped black land that isn't painful. Then gain 3 up to 5. We play Rutstein. Up to 6, but that still... So they can be up at 6? They can be up to 6. If they Meathook here. Yeah, there's the Meathook. Okay. Up to 6. So... I don't think there's any way we can do lethal with Rutstein here. Hypothetically, Storm could put them to 1? I kind of wonder if I want to wait on Storm the Festival. No, because I could absolutely hit Dennick here, and that would be brutal. Huh. Well, these are better than the last one. I feel like it's probably Elspeth plus Shanna. Give lifelink, draw 3 cards. Feel sad not grabbing Wrenn, but 3 cards seems like a lot of cards. Alternatively, the Wrenn token is just pretty huge. Yeah, no, it's probably just the 5 mana Planeswalkers. I don't want to give the Rutstein any good abilities because they're about to get the Rutstein back. In all likelihood. So we down-tick the Elspeth, looking for Dennick.
May your peace.
With... Find Shanna better than Katilda? Maybe? Probably? Okay. Oh, did they just not discard a Titan? Oh. Well, that also sounds like it's pretty good for me. I was kind of just operating under the assumption that that was a guarantee, but I'll take my opponent not doing that. They just don't have a Titan, straight up. Yeah, I don't know. This seems good to me. Imagine if Titan had Gargaroth's trigger points. Isn't that just what Fable of the Mirrorbreaker does? Take care, Bohemnida. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, so Dennick, Disdainful Strokes, Anointed Peacekeepers. I think we also said Intrepid Adversaries, cut the Grafted Identities, and like trimmed Storm the Festival or something. Cut Brokers Ascendancy. And then like trimmed Teachings? I don't know. Maybe that's what we did? So they could have set a stop in their upkeep, yeah, but I think that they might have just not had the Titan. I think we forced them to tutor for the board wipe rather than the Titan. But I will note, I think that the fact that we were able to take that game was partially due to the opponent making a pretty significant misplay. They didn't know what they were playing against, but there's a lot of times where you're just supposed to read ahead to Chapter 2 with the Reanimate spell to grab whatever piece, in that case Titan, that you're missing. And they instead went for the value on the Duress while they were behind on board, and you just don't have time to do that. They got extra punished because it whiffed, but even if it had hit something in our hand, it still would have been better for them to probably just tutor for the Titan. They also might have forgotten that they had a blood on board from earlier in the game, which was the reason that tutoring for the Titan was reasonable in that spot. Not sure when the fun police will show up to this format. I feel like we're being the unfun police. What is it like when the format is filled with all of the black deck fun polices and we're busting into the office, like telling the police to stand down? I'm not sure exactly where this metaphor is going. We get 2 draw steps towards an untapped land, and if we hit the untapped land, this hand's fantastic. Yeah. I'm willing to gamble. Do I have any other ideas for decks without black mana? Not really. This is going pretty bad, especially if they play Fatal. Alright, so now if I hit an untapped land, I have to play Anointed Peacekeeper. Yeah. Which is not what I want to do. Anointed Peacekeeper when they're about to loot 2 with Fable feels so bad. Still. Alright. Soul of Windgrace. Costs more to cast, opponent. You gonna discard 2 Soul of Windgraces now? No, 1 land, 1 Soul of Windgrace. Okay. So that implies that they drew a land for the turn since they were willing to discard their land. Yes, they did. So, what do you think, opponent? Play an Urg? Play an Urg. It blocks. It does be blocking. And we whiffed on our land draw. That's concerning. Deeply, 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 deeply concerning. Now, what are we doing here? Probably playing Welcoming Vampire and then Wedding Announcement next turn. Unfortunately, I believe we have failed to execute the ability to do anything. I have no idea why my opponent has Obnixilis in their deck at all, but against me especially. We're not even getting Fabled. I actually kind of successfully did a game plan against Fable. What I didn't do was be able to have lands. What could they have that makes this attack make sense? It's not Voltage Surge, or they would have attacked with a 2/2. Could be Flame Blessed Bolt? Infernal Grasp also doesn't make sense, because I still just double block. They can sack a land. I want them to? Alright, opponent. Educate me. This is a learning moment. Why did this attack make any sense? Does that make sense? I guess it's not bad. I don't know that that, like, seems correct. At all. It doesn't seem right. I don't think I agree with them that that's what they wanted to do. I do, however, think that not drawing land sucks. Okay, well. Wedding announcement time. I'm going to have to build up a board state that incentivizes the opponent to meat hook? They should just put a counter on the 2/2 here. Yeah. And then attack into the Peacekeeper. So they're going to be able to play the Soul of Windgrace no matter what, so I'm just trading with the 3/3 this turn, I think. I guess having the Peacekeeper in play does kill 2 treasures, which is something. Yeah, maybe I'm just supposed to do that. Huh, okay. And then not play the Soul of Windgrace? It doesn't seem correct. Obnixilis sacking the 1/1? Okay. Making a single 1/1? And doing some damage to me. The opponent's like running the risk of just not having any cards remaining? I have to top deck. Okay. That's the less good of the 2 things they could block. They're supposed to save the copy and then kill the 1/1. Keep the higher loyalty ob around. Also the copy that's better to have around than the original.
Not worth the effort.
Alright, well. Wedding announcement, draw a card. Still no lands. Gah. How's life without black mana? Very good when we still have mana. I think we've won every single match thus far. And, like, the games against black have actually felt like we are kind of crushing them. I've been a little surprised at how effectively it's been going, to be honest. Sooner or later we're gonna find lands, and then we can play spells from our hand. Life will be so much better then. Surely it's worth discarding? I don't know. Hypothetically, we have a lot of life gain. Cool. Well, I can't stop my opponent from playing literally anything ever with Anointed Peacekeeper. So I guess we're playing Shanna? No attacks? Now it makes the opponent harder to attack us with tiny creatures. That's true. Peacekeeper does tax the Soul of Windgrace activations still, which makes it a lot more expensive for them to loot away lands. Okay. Oh, was I supposed to play Gala Greeters last turn because Wedding Announcement was going to trigger it and give us a treasure? Overplaying the Shanna? No, my life total's too low. I think stopping the Kirin from attacking or the 2/2 token from attacking is a bigger deal. Even though the treasure from the Gala Greeters would actually be pretty useful here. I'm probably discarding something to Ob Nixilis at this point. It doesn't seem like an attack that makes a lot of sense to me. What does this mean? Meat Hook? This screams Meat Hook. If I block like this, Meat Hook kills Soul of Windgrace if they do it for 2. We do free up Soul of Windgrace to be a lot cheaper. If I don't put a 3/3 in front of Soul of Windgrace, though, doesn't die. So I think we do this. I think that's my plan. Oh, yeah, that's bad. Now they Meat Hook for 1. I forgot about the opt-down tick. Clever opponent. Oh, no Meat Hook? The Indestructible activation requires them to have 3 mana and a land to discard. And I don't think that they could make it indestructible and then cast Meat Hook with the amount of mana they had. Alright, land, what do we do? Could play Intrepid Adversary, kick it, attack Shanna at Ob for 4. Wedding announcement, have a pile of 3/3s, hope the opponent doesn't top deck anything. Alternatively, attack with Shanna at Ob, opponent double blocks, we Wandering Emperor, pump. I think that's a lot less good. No, I think that the line is Intrepid Adversary here. I think I need the lifelinker. We's on defense. Yes, I would love to pay 0 and draw 0 cards. Thank you, deck. Why would I tap the Dreamroot Cascade before the coast? I don't know. Auto Tapper loves leaving you mono pain lands. It's sad. Also, Mary, thanks for the resub. I continue to appreciate the support. Where's our Fable? It's kind of hard to do a Fable deck that isn't black, I think. We can probably get rid of this Anointed Peacekeeper at this point. Yeah, QQ is programmed to prioritize balancing the colors that it taps for above everything else. So if a land can tap for colors, it will choose to tap for colors. If they attack me with Windgrace, do I just take 7 or do I chump? I don't want to throw a double block in front of it that only eats 3 mana, but maybe I want to throw a double block in front of it that only eats 3 mana? Maybe. I don't know. Losing 2 3/3s feels like a lot. Hovering over Intrepid Adversary like they have a way to kill it. Which also has to inform my blocking decisions. Although they kind of want to kill Intrepid Adversary before blocks because I'm incentivized to declare blocks with it if they attack with anything that it does not have 3 or more power. Yeah, okay. Soul Transfer, Sorcery Speed 2? No, that's the original Nixilis. Sure. Okay, so they now attack, they sack the Soul of Windgrace and ultimate the Ob copy to draw 7. And that's going to be hard for me to beat when they have more cards in hand than me and double my mana. That will be hard to beat. The Obbolt also represents 7 burn, yeah, so I have to do some chump blocking here. That's not super fun. So, going to 9. If they attack with the 1/1s, we would go to 7. Yeah. So we're going to 9 if I block the 3/3. We go to 4 minus 2. Go to 8 minus 2. Nah, so it's just chump chump. Oh, also they can sack... No, they can't sack the 1/1 and do 7 to us. They have to sack the Soul of Windgrace to do 7 to us. So mostly they're just going to draw 7 cards here, which is rough. Because I'm not getting a pile of free cards. Or rather, not getting a pile of free creatures with the wedding festivities. The opponent didn't have lethal. I made blocks that denied them that. Oh, wait, no, you mean they didn't... Oh, yeah, they didn't see the Soul of Windgrace line. Huh. Okay. Well, that's pretty interesting. I assume we're supposed to leave Shanna back to block. Do I want a Gala Greeters and Teachings? Or do I want a Wandering Emperor? Gala Greeters plus Teachings gains another 2 life. Leaves me dead in a lot of ways. Wandering Emperor exiling the Soul of Windgrace. It's probably the right thing to do.
I've learned much during my travels. Let me show you. My judgment is fun.
Still missing land drops. Here on turn 30. My sorcery speed it. I don't have a good reason. I suppose I was worried the opponent could crew the Reckoner Bankbuster with it, but they probably weren't going to do that.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Do 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 do. I'm kind of baffled that we're not dead yet. I'm not particularly sure how that has happened. Opponent is so absolutely desperate not to kill us.
The answers about my past here. This is my city, and I'm going to protect it.
Alright, 3/4 indestructible lifelinker that prevents the opponent from doing graveyard stuff is not good, but neat. At any point in time, if the opponent ever finds a meat hook, we lose the game on the spot. They can just kill their own board to kill us. I'm going to 3 off Obnixilis upticks alone.
Plead for mercy. Your punishment is my entertainment.
Does our top end completely run over them? I don't actually think that's the case. They have Titan of Industry. That card's pretty good with Reflection of Kiki Jiki. Like, the second they ever find a Titan of Industry, the game is over. They just have failed to do that for a lot of turns. They might have completely taken out their reanimation package, which was, like, a horrible idea if that's what they did. Because that's the good half of their deck. Okay, there, that's a strangle, all right.
This war is getting out of hand.
We're just gonna continue doing nothing? Okay. Okay. End me, opponent. You have had lethal for multiple turns. Wait, I mean, I'm dead to upticks. We can move on. We can move on. I don't need to tax my opponent's clock that much for game 3. Oh, wow, that was the worst thing ever. If my opponent boarded out the entire reanimation package, does that mean I'm not supposed to be playing 3 Disdainful Strokes then? My opponent successfully configured their entire deck into a worse deck that isn't good against Disdainful Stroke? Or that, well, I mean, doesn't give me targets for Disdainful Stroke? Is that what I should say? Weirdly enough, wait, how many copies of Soul of Windgrace were they playing? Just 2? 3? Shoot, that actually makes Grafted Identity appealing again. Okay, no Peacekeepers, only Graft. We're here for a fun time. Not for a smart time. Then I board it back in? Yeah, but like, why? They might realize it was a mistake to have boarded out, I suppose. Because I don't know why they would have boarded it out in the first place. How's the new Swamp Day going? Pretty good so far. Mostly undefeated, I believe. Yeah, 5-0. If we're following the trajectory from yesterday, we start off 5-0, and then I get salty because I lose to a deck that I don't think I should lose to. So we'll see. We'll see. Would love to draw a Mana Dork. Well, failing that, a tap land that makes our mana delightful is also acceptable-ish. Okay, opponent can't hold up a removal spell for Shanna. That's a good sign. Alright, opponent. Turn 3 Shanna. What you got for me? Opponent uses teachings to make a 2/2. That does not block my 3/3. If opponent plays a Fable, then I just attack with Shanna. Old Rutstein also allows me to just attack with Shanna. Opponent makes a treasure. That's really good. Regrettable. Oh, this is cute. If they double block, I don't need to Wandering Emperor. I can actually Eiganjo the Rutstein for 2 and then draw 2 cards. Is that better than playing Wandering Emperor? I don't know. But I'll tell you what, just drawing 2 cards fairly sounds pretty good here. Don't mind me, opponent. I'm not holding anything up at all. I only drew 2 cards because I didn't want to discard to hand size, opponent. That's all this is. Milled a land again. Gosh, sometimes old Rutstein overperforms. Still no creatures in the graveyard that are actually a relevant size. Weird. Which is to say, something that indicates that they want to play Reanimator. But they're still playing old Rutstein. So I don't know. Sheoldred the Apocalypse. That's probably worth stroking. Alright, opponent. Here we go again. Okay. End of turn, I will draw 3 cards? 1 card. Probably 1 card. Not a land! Yay! I'm not actually developing my board state at a rate that makes me feel comfortable that I can just beat my opponent eventually playing a Titan, though. It's not so much that I don't want to draw cards here with Shanna, it's that I really, really, really want to actually put something onto the board to pressure my opponent. I'm not convinced that just drawing more cards can actually win me this game in the long run. Okay, I don't care about Ob. That card still doesn't matter at all. Especially now when I have infinity cards to discard.
Go sow some chaos.
And infinity life to pay.
Pleasure doing business.
I hope you're ready to move. May your blade strike again. I have got new moves to teach you.
Jumpy block. Sure. Different jumpity block? Which jumpity block do we prefer? That jumpity block is the choice. Alright. We are now going to begin emptying our hand and not holding up interaction in the interest of drawing the most cards and diversifying the board as much as possible. If the opponent wants to cast a Burn Down the House, they basically leave themselves worse off than I am. I don't want to discard cards. No, I'm good. I'll consider discarding cards when my life total goes below 20.
Defy me, and you'll lose everything.
We do have more than 0 interaction in hand, so, you know, that's fun. And we are going to get to bring back this Dennick that we milled with the teachings of the Kirin. Yeah, okay. I'll protect my Emperor. I don't want to go into 1, because if Emperor goes to 1, then they can sack the Devil to another Ob. Kill the Emperor, and giving Shanna +1/+1 to get through the Retstein seems important right now. And mind you, Dennick is a lot of mana sink. Unleash the Inferno, blowing up Wedding Announcement. That's actually kind of a bummer. Alright. Kudos, opponent. That's actually a problem.
Remember your training.
I wish old Rutstein would mill creatures that didn't matter so that I would get to investigate. Still not willing to discard anything.
Is my entertainment.
Still not willing to discard anything. This side of Dennick investigates anytime a creature is put in a graveyard anyone's graveyard from anywhere for the first time each turn. So yeah, milling or dying triggers Dennick. Also, it does say cards, so tokens don't trigger it. Clever wording. Also, it flies, so we can kill the Obnixilis, because none of their stuff has reach. Okay, Reckoner Bankbuster draws cards. I still can't help but feel like the opponent apparently has sideboarded out all of their good cards, which is confusing. They had Titan in game 1. They did not have Titan in the first 40 cards of their deck in game 2. Which is slightly confusing, but yeah. Okay, Yavimaya Coast. Yavimaya Coast, Welcoming Vampire. Downtick Wandering Emperor to draw a card because Dennick's big enough to kill anyway.
Let your blade do the talking.
More lands, alright. We are rock solid on lands.
How dare you destroy what I've built?
Bretstein Mills a Strangle. Not something that we get to draw a card off of, which is sad. Opponent's down to 4.5 minutes on the clock to win this game, at which I am at 20 life. Soon to be 22. Well, do we discard a land here to not go below 20? I think the Croaky's list only plays 2 Titans. Why would you only play 2 of the most important best card in the deck that you often can hardcast? That would be completely absurd.
Shake down the locals.
Clearly, it's to fit more copies of these 2-drops you don't need in the deck. I don't know. I don't know. I can show off, like, what I think is a good Jund Reanimator list after this. Have to make room for all the obs. Oh. I will give the benefit of the doubt and assume that in reality something sane is happening. Oh, did we discard an old Rutstein so I get a clue? Thank you, opponent. I love when my opponent's blood makes us both draw cards. Desecrator is the other target that's good, yeah. I play 4 Titans, 2 Desecrators in my list. Ooh, Katilda, that's fun, that's fun, that's fun. Seems good. So let's see. I believe... Let's start by playing Katilda. Draw a card. Then I think what we're going to do next is uptick all of our Planeswalkers on 1 creature. Between Dennick and Welcoming Vampire, I think I would rather uptick everything on Dennick. The logic is if I make a creature very, very, very large and give it vigilance so that it can block Windgrace potentially, then the opponent has to meat hook enough to wipe their entire board. Nothing with reach, sure. Poppity. Poppity. We will go ahead and play the Teachings because that might draw a card. Or, well, make a clue off the Dennick. That is to say. Nope. Also didn't mill any Storm of the Festivals, but got us closer to the next Storm of the Festival. Every card we mill that isn't to Storm the Festival is one card closer to Storm the Festival. They do kind of have to board wipe here. We get to start doing Katilda things. But again, if they meat hook for 5, that's like all of their mana. Oh, so they can kill the Elspeth, I guess, because the devil tokens get to ping the Elspeth. But they don't have it, so nothing matters. They kill Katilda. Sure. I am denied my anthem, but my cards get to be drawn at some point. We are just not running out of things to do. Which is impressive considering the number of lands we have, that we are still getting to spend all of our mana every single turn. Do I discard a card? You know what, opponent? I'm willing to. Just this once? We can make that happen. Now, to be fair, we did trim one of the storms, so we only have 3. I don't know if that was actually correct, but we did do it. Opponent gets to ramp with Soul of Windgrace. Oh no. That's so bad for me though. We'll jump block. Oh, Dennick's not a human for Katilda. How sad. Let's see. We are putting more counters on Dennick, and then we are going to put more counters on Dennick.
Show him what you got.
And then I guess I should have done this first, but we're going to draw a card. Because I don't want to uptick Wandering Emperor if this doesn't trigger Welcoming Vampire. It does trigger Welcoming Vampire. But then we're still going to have to downtick to trigger the Welcoming Vampire if the card the Welcoming Vampire draws doesn't trigger the Welcoming Vampire. But it does. So let's go ahead and... I guess I would just like to gain more life. Oh, no, I was supposed to downtick the Wandering Emperor. I'm not going to get to make a 1/1 with the Wedding Announcement, so I'm giving up a card. Shoot. We do have a Terra Sunder for the Dennick. Bummer. And they did it after attack, so my Wedding Announcement doesn't get to make a 1/1. Double bummer. And they killed my only legendary creature, so my Eiganjo doesn't do for 3 on their turn anymore. Triple bummer. Okay. That's true. They do have a minute left. Alright, more lands. Good news. Almost out of lands. Only 2 lands remaining in the deck, I think? Maybe 4. Can we discard a land? I'm willing to discard a land at this point. Usually versus Jund, they have something relevant. This is true. They have failed to find anything relevant all of last game and all of this game. Instead, they have been obnixilising us to deeply questionable efficacy. Alright, opponent, I'm going to tax you. You want to spend 3 mana to keep your Soul of Windgrace alive? No. No, you don't. Hey! We top-decked a thing that does a thing. Delightful. I'm assuming that's exiling my Planeswalker, and then my opponent loses. Okay. I don't know what to expect out of that game. They had Titan game 1. They did. They got the best card in the deck for some reason. That's all I can conclude. I don't understand. Did we see the leak? Go ahead and post it again, and I'm going to go run and use the restroom. Because I feel like there should be a pun about the fact that I'm drinking Waterloo here, but I just can't figure out what it could possibly be. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. We click button for deck. Is this even the... Is this the right deck? Okay, so we have a different Bant deck. We have me Googling the movie Face Off. Someone at some point apparently listed a Grixis mid-range list that... Oh, this is the stock list we were referencing earlier. Okay. Different Bant list. Export. I don't know why I was about to say cast export. As though that is a spell that I cast to do things in the Magic the Gathering Arena client. Been meaning to ask, are there any noteworthy combos or combo decks in Standard right now? I saw you trying Teferi, Hullbreaker, Lotus the other day. So I would say one of the defining aspects of this current Standard is that no, there super isn't. We had this combo deck, which is the closest thing to a functional combo I've found. And that's like a very janky method of going Hullbreaker plus Timeless Lotus plus Teferi plus 2-drops to cast an arbitrarily large number of spells, gain an arbitrarily large number of life, sometimes draw an arbitrarily large number of cards, and put an arbitrarily large number of Hullbreakers into play up to 4. There's Galvanic Iteration plus Big Score. I do still need to explore the Herd Migration version of that deck. There is a possibility that that's decent, although I'm nervous about all the board wipes that could exist playing it. But other than that, I tried. I can't find anything meaningful to do with Galvanic. Like, I messed around with Galvanic copying Invoke Despair, and it just turned out to be too small ball too often. The Mass Transmogrify spell doesn't really have anything useful you can transmogrify into, which is kind of an issue. But suffice it to say, even the combos that exist ultimately have to combo in the service of eventually winning the game in a relatively fair way. Because, so either you're copying Invoke Despairs that kind of burns your opponent out in a relatively fair way, or you're copying Herd Migration that wins the game by making a large number of 3/3s, but ultimately just 3/3s. You're not, like, ever threatening a combo that scares your opponent, puts the fear into them of tapping out, that they just lose on the spot. The Ill-Tempered Loner combo, that just gains infinite life, though, right? Which I guess is probably decent if you can then draw step your opponent out of the game. Maybe that's something to look into? Yeah, that could be on the list. I've tried exploring every single combo I can for something that can, like, break the mid-range paradigm that we're in right now. But as it stands, I think my current victory is that I successfully have built a mid-range deck that doesn't need to have swamps to be a functional mid-range decks. I'm gonna bask in that minor glory for the time being. Oh, wait. The whole point was that we were, like, looking at a deck, right? Well, I got distracted by answering some other question. Maximum number of decks. Oh, no. I don't know what Hidden Realms. The Hidden Realms? What on earth was this deck? Why is this called the Hidden Realms? Was this supposed to be some kind of joke about flicker effects? Because did I touch the spear? I don't know. Weird. Five-color Meeting of the Fives has the minor flaw in its design that they forgot to put the part of the card that was good on the card. I'm sure that one of these days they'll get around to errataing it so that it actually does something useful. I think that was just kind of a stock auras list. I don't remember why I had it. I was just confused as to why I named it that. Okay, so we have Bant Reanimator with Invoke Justice, Grafted Identity, Thirst for Discovery, Shanna, Teachings, Gala Greeter, Fateful Absence, in which Shanna's cool, Gala Greeters combos with Teachings and Wedding Announcement, sure. I think I've come to the conclusion that I generally think Fateful Absence is, like, worse than Teachings as far as being a card that stymies aggression goes. So I'd probably play the first 4 Teachings before the second Fateful Absence at the very least. I also think that just generally synergizes better with Gala Greeters anyway. And better with Grafted Identity. So then we have Teachings to mill, which we actually need more mill because 4 Thirst for Discoveries is not a huge number of discard outlets without any kind of blood token or fable or anything. In fact, we're only on 8 discard spells, and 4 of them aren't reliable. That's kind of sketchy, but we do have a lot of targets, so that's better. We have a reasonable number of things to sack to Grafted Identity, in the sense that we have 12 of them. Sanctuary Warden also eventually gives more sack outlets for Grafted Identity. That's fine. The mana base is kind of non-functional. And this is kind of where I think Invoke Justice begins to fall flat, is that it's mostly a worse card than Cruelty of Gix, and it's also way harder to cast while also being a worse card. The Enlist creature's probably a 2-drop that's worth playing, like, at least one of. Yeah. I'd probably cut Fateful Absence for it. I think removal becomes less important when you have top end that goes over the top of your opponent. So we could very hypothetically play Guardian of Numenalia. The fact that it gains indestructible when you discard a card, meaning you don't have to spend any mana, and it doesn't flicker, so you can actually block with it and then discard a card that you want to discard, It's cool. It's also a 0 mana discard outlet that you can do at instant speed. So if you top deck Invoke Justice, you can choose to discard the Titan of Industry at that point, which gives you the least exposure to your opponent's graveyard trespassers as possible. Restoration of Eiganjo, that also probably ought to be in this list. Yeah, that might be better than Guardian of Nubenalia in that case. I'm going to go with Trim a Shanna, Trim a Guardian. It's probably just better than Thirst for Discovery because you have so few lands. Which also helps with the white sources for Invoke. That's pretty relevant. And at that point, you're beginning to have too many 3-drops. It's probably fine. I don't love Thirst for Discovery. In fact, I do want to cut Thirst for Discovery because I want to make the mana base not heavy on blue. But then you don't really have the Grafted Identity thing going. Well, you're still going to max out on Pain lands, which makes Grafted Identity castable. And you have treasures from Gala Greeters. Okay, it's fine. But we'll reduce the number of blue lands and then rely more on treasures for casting Grafted Identity. Thirst being an instant speed discard is cool, but it still is pretty painful that you, like, have to hold it up at all. It's not really ideal. So Gala Greeters sort of synergizes with Shanna. Wedding Announcement doesn't. Restoration doesn't. Sanctuary Warden doesn't. Titan does, but most of the time that you put Titan into play, you don't have mana left over. So other than Gala Greeters, our ability to trigger Shanna can be kind of limited. I don't think having Restoration as the only discard outlet is acceptable. I agree. We do have Teachings, but also I think that the last two things that I want end up being the Guardian of Nubenalia's over Thirst, probably. Oh, hey, Max Ringo. Okay, I was going so crazy trying to figure out if the Titans were in the deck. I was going, okay, it has to be that they haven't found the Titans. There's no way they boarded the Titans out. Right? I was trying to think, did Grafted Identity, like, scare them out of playing Titans, but Titans a counter for Grafted Identity? Okay, it's nice to know that, like, for all of my just boggling the mind, it was just that you couldn't find the Titan, which makes sense. I think Fleeting Spirit's worse than Guardian of Numenalia. Because Fleeting Spirit Fleeting Spirit goes away and then returns to the battlefield, which means you can't block and then activate, which I kind of like the fact that you can block with Guardian of Numenalia and then activate so that it actually, like, eats an opponent's 2/2 attacker or disincentivizes them from attacking in general. I like having that flexibility in that I'm viewing this card as more defensive. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's not the most relevant, but... like, Mending gives Teachings more hits? I mean, that's kind of assuming that milling Mending is actually particularly beneficial, and I guess Mending kind of synergizes with Shanna? Do we want to call that good? I mean, bear in mind, I'm about to do damage to this mana base in the form of we are going to cut Dreamroot Cascades for more Adarkar Wastes. No. That's not what I was going to do. I was cutting blue sources for green and blue sources. No, for green and white sources is what I want. I want less blue, more green and white. Can we cut the island? Oh, I also need more white sources in general. How many green sources do we have at the moment? Oh gosh, we have to cast triple green Titan of Industry. So headquarters, farmland is 8, coast is 12. We're at 15 green right now. We got 8 green 2-drops. That's not good. Is Grafted better than Wandering Emperor? I doubt it. I don't see a lot of reason for this deck to be banned over... Like, the reason Grafted Identity, I think, has a place is ultimately because putting it into play off Storm the Festival seems interesting. Once you're doing this Reanimator thing that isn't doing Storm the Festival, I don't think Grafted Identity is worth it at that point. So, we ultimately kind of come to the place of, I just don't see a good reason to be playing Invoke Justice instead of Gix. Because we can build this same shell, right? And then just cut Grafted Identity, cut Shanna, cut Invoke Justice, play Gix. And like, we're Abzan. I guess maybe we have worse mana in Abzan? Is that the case? It's not Esper. Do we play something with... No, we don't want Thrawn Portal. Oh, wait, no, wait. Our mana can be... It doesn't matter that our mana is, in terms of lands is worse, because our mana requirements in terms of Cruelty of Gix is so much better. Just Golgari? Yeah, I mean... So the benefit of white is that you get Wedding Announcement and Restoration, and Teachings. So you're doing a lot to protect your Cruelty of Gix from Invoke Despair at this point. And Sanctuary Warden is not a bad 6-drop. As far as reanimation targets go, I kind of suspect Sanctuary Warden's the second best thing you can reanimate after Titan of Industry. Kind of edging out Cemetery Desecrator. Not by a ton, but by a little. But, yeah, then you're not getting Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And, like, Fable of the Mirror Breaker is a heck of a card. So, this deck is going to turn into Jund Reanimator by the end of this. This deck might turn into Jund Reanimator right now. Because, like, I don't see the reason to be building a Reanimator list. I don't see the niche there in a way that isn't just, like, so why not do the Jund thing? Invoke says permanent, yeah, but there are no permanents you can reanimate right now that are worth reanimating other than creatures. Toxrill is interesting. We did a... Do I still have that Grixis Reanimator list? Was this it? Yeah. This list actually felt pretty reasonable as far as Reanimator lists go. Why did we ultimately think this list wasn't entirely there? I don't remember. But this version, basically, because I couldn't play Titan of Industry, played Jin Gataxias and Toxrill. It's functional. But Jund ultimately kind of just felt like there's a lot of stuff that you go over the top of better. I think maybe we were getting continuously beaten down by decks playing Wedding Announcement going super wide. Ended up liking the deck but wishing it was Jund. That sounds right. I'm willing to believe that. Blue-white Reanimator work, bring back Jin and copy more Invoke Justice. The trouble is then that, like, you're not going over the top in a way that prevents your opponent from just, like, killing you. Because one of the reasons that it's viable to reanimate the Giant Angel and the Titan of Industry is that both of them block really well and are hard to remove. Jin does kind of be hard to remove, sort of. But they can just play 2 spells to kill it, and a 5/5 that doesn't fly doesn't necessarily block super great. Does Brilliant Restoration count as a Reanimator list? Maybe? I haven't seen a Brilliant Restoration list, but I will admit that the idea of brilliantly restoring grafted identities into play does kind of tickle my fancy. Blue is some good Sphinx. Defiler of Dreams. Fairy Vandal is actually much closer to being playable than, let's put this up on screen. Fairy Vandal is a card that I think, like, is almost there. It's really almost there. Especially with Rafine. It was already... Oh, no, shoot, that's not what I wanted to do. It was already really close before rotation. So the idea is you're playing Defiler of Dreams and a whole mess of blue 2-drops you get to play life for. Witness Protection is almost a removal spell that, with Defiler of Dreams, cantrips for 0 mana and 2 life. If you have Shieldred in play, you're gaining 2 life every time you draw a card with Defiler of Dreams to offset the blue. Yeah. Rafine with Shieldred continues to be really good. So, in a lot of ways, this is kind of just an Esper list. The Hullbreaker Horror top end with Defiler of Dreams is cute. Cemetery Illuminator gives you something you can do that... Oh, right, but Cemetery Illuminator is limited to once per turn. Yeah. I mean, I don't think this is a bad way to take advantage of Shieldred, and I think that my biggest problem with Defiler of Dreams is that the stat line is awful, and that a 4/3 ought to be pretty easy to remove. That said, a lot of the removal that gets played right now, other than the stuff that just kills Defiler of Dreams regardless of what its stats are, there's not like a lot of Abrades randomly floating around that actually punish it for having 3 toughness, other than you have to tap out for a 5-drop that blocks poorly. The hyper-incentivization to play a large number of blue low-cost creatures has kind of ironically led to the deck being flooded with 2-drops, but not actually a huge number of good defensive 2-drops. Wretched Throng, I guess, is like weirdly almost not terrible right now. As far as playing a 2-drop and blocking with it goes. I don't know if I'm supposed to be excited about that, though. I don't hate the way that this is, like, being explored. I think this is definitely interesting. But I worry that this is the kind of shell that is, like, laser focused on Defiler of Dreams and doesn't function in times where you don't draw Defiler of Dreams and Shieldred. Probably want the 4th Rafine. I think with this many 2-drop creatures, like, Rafine on 4 is so often the best thing you can do. I don't know what to cut for it. My gut says Kaido because I hate Kaido. And Rafine's one of those weird cards that just doesn't actually have very much of a legendary downside 98% of the time because you can just discard copies of Rafine to itself. Alright, I'll go find a kitty. I think we let him out earlier. I do dig the exploration, though. Fairy Vandal is a card that makes me feel something. I want to love that card. I want to figure out ways to love it. It's good with Ledger Shredder. Probably makes it worth getting an extra Ledger Shredder in there. And once you're at 4 Ledger Shredders, maybe you're supposed to just play like 4 Considers and a bunch of cut downs and not go completely on to the Defiler of Dreams plan, but just be a better Fairy Vandal Ledger Shredder deck. Of course, Spell Pierce doesn't show up if you type spell. I think something like this, kind of leaning into being a Ledger Shredder Fairy Vandal deck. I really want like 4 Considers if we're also playing Dennick. The Witness Protection with the Defiler of Dreams things probably is too cute. I would probably try to play more instant speed stuff because I want to be able to hold up Fairy Vandal plus interaction and possibly be able to trigger Ledger Shredder on my opponent's turn more frequently. I think. Something like that. Alright, I'll go grab the hat. So, don't think you even want to discard extra Fiends. It's so good at closing out the game fast that it's a removal magnet. Yeah, but, I mean, you don't have to worry about, like, I drew 4 copies of Rafine and then the game is over because I drew 4 copies of my Legendary. Which is, you know, something that can happen to Thalia. But will never happen to Rafine. No kitty cats appears to be around. Which I assume means the little fella's sleeping with somebody else. I wonder, do we think we can hit 8-0 with this deck before the end of the stream? I'm sure the cat will be very excited to have received the points for no work at all. Maybe I should turn it into I don't go get the cat. I just, like, pour food into a bowl next to the camera. See if that brings him around. Then I need to actually have the doors unlocked. Which, Yeah. There's no way this is keepable, right? Despite the functional mana. Hypothetically, all we have to do is in the first 2 draw steps find a 2-drop. Then we also have to find a 3-drop and then lands. No. Alright. This is a considerably better hand. Alright. Brokers Ascendancy is apparently the game plan for this hand. We can't seem to avoid it. How quenched am I? Not quenched at all. Alright, I'm moderately happy to have milled 3 cards that I didn't want to draw. I mean, they're not embarrassing cards, I just want to land right now, I think. Kaido, cool. I love when my opponents play cards that I don't care about. Huzzah! Alright, well, yeah, we're definitely going to wedding announcement. We can Broker's Ascendancy on a future turn when we have more things that we care about in play. Like next turn. And presumably the opponent draws with Kaido, and then has an incentive to play something to protect their Kaido? No? Okay. Well, huh. Oh, thank you for doing that before attacks, opponent. I was going to only attack with a 2/2 so that my wedding announcement would actually make a creature.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice me.
We could Broker's Ascendancy here and have 3 2/2s. Or we could Welcoming Vampire and draw a card. It's somewhat unlikely that either of them resolves, but yeah. Do 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 do. I'm attempting to do a bit here, but this is going on for a lot longer than I'm expecting, and now the bit's going to kind of fall flat because I'm not willing to commit to the bit the entire way through. Yeah, okay. I suspect they actually, had to leave their keyboard or disconnect it or something. I do not think they are debating if they want to use their counterspell on the Welcoming Vampire or not. This strongly. Whee! It resolves! I don't know whether my opponent timed out or not, but I think that they did. Alright, well. We're drawing cards, making land drops. Opponent's over there doing Kaido things. How was the Enduring Angel been? So we boarded it in against Invoke Despair every single time we played against an Invoke Despair deck, with the logic being that it's pretty good against Invoke Despair and Liliana, and also is a card we can hit off of Storm the Festival. I believe we have not seen it yet, which is not... No, that's not true. I think we drew it against a deck where we were massively far ahead already. But I feel like this deck should just generally be favored against Invoke Despair decks, so the fact that we like didn't really need it to win those games is not surprising. But I don't know. I mean, like, I'm aware that the card is good against Invoke Despair decks, and that they play a limited amount of removal that can hit it, that we are not as much as some other decks taxing their removal on. But I don't know. I feel like it ought to be good. Alright, well, 7-0. All we need to do is one more win, and we get the clean 8-0 into Mythic. I gotta say, I was expecting this whole not playing Swamps thing to be a lot rockier than it has been. All jokes aside, I thought I was kind of signing up to do something difficult. I was not expecting this to be as much of a cakewalk as it has seemed to have been, aside from that one match against Reanimator that was actually kind of a little tricky. I still have no idea if the Titan of Industry matchup is like actually supposed to be good or not. I might convince myself to keep this if I was on the draw. I can convince myself to keep this on the play. I'm assuming I'm supposed to get rid of Boseiju? No? Probably not. Probably supposed to get rid of a forest. Because what if I just draw enough lands that we keep the Boseiju? I just haven't ran into a lot of uses for Boseiju, so I guess I don't really prioritize keeping it highly. I haven't ran into a lot of reasons to want my basics shuffled back into my deck either, though. Oh, 2-drop on turn 2! Whee! We're doing it! Kill my Dennick opponent. Give me card advantage. I mean, overall, it feels like Wizards have been bringing nothing but bangers in black today. So I mentioned this earlier. I was trying to think up why it feels like decks are all so naturally pulled into black right now. And it occurred to me that while I was making this deck, it's not even necessarily that black has cards that are massively better than other colors. It's that I actually found it super difficult to fill out the 2-drop slot in decks that aren't playing black in, like, a way that felt like I wasn't making sacrifices. Do we play Wandering Emperor, or do we play Welcoming Vampire here? It's probably going to get quenched, which sucks, but I think playing Teachings is kind of just bad in this spot. So we kind of just have to hope they don't have the quench. They had the quench. So yeah, I don't know that I actually feel like the best answer to black cards are all in black. I don't know. Maybe? Maybe not. But I do feel like... Oh, this is a mistake. I was supposed to play this first, because I wanted a Wandering Emperor and uptick on the Dennick to gain more life. Because I don't want a Wandering Emperor and downtick. And I don't want to pass the turn before I Wandering Emperor. Mistakes. 1 life not gained. But yeah, so Tenacious Underdog is like just a default good 2-drop you can put in any black deck and not be embarrassed. Blood Tithe Harvester's excellent. Flame Blessed Bolt. Didn't kill with Howdy Jin. Makes me sad. Alright, so the mulligan is going to be a painful one here, because being down cards against any kind of Howdy Jin deck is a concern. we got like Blood Tithe Harvester. We have the new white 2/3 lifelinker that is only good if you can kick it for black. I know there were others. Like, that's a pretty good start. That rounds out the 2-drop slot on a lot of decks on the whole of things. Like, we're playing Teachings of the Kirin, which I'm only now coming around to the idea of it not being objectively bad. But still not, like, good. Oh, Shanna, you are a just stellar top deck right now. Bona, you want to quench my Shanna by using your Hatijin? Is this Exile? No, just Graveyard, meaning my Teachings of Kirin is actually kind of good against Hatijin. I don't think Teachings of the Kirin is, like, excellent, but part of the realization of me going, oh, the biggest advantage black has is that it actually gives you two good 2-drops, is that I came to the realization of, oh, Teachings of the Kirin is, like, the best I can do. I can't do better than that. And that's a problem. And Reckoner Bankbuster is annoying. Alright, top deck Wandering Emperor. Let's go. No. That's not helpful. That's not helpful at all. Not useful at the moment. Corpse Appraiser Bankbuster is an interesting combination with Hatijin. Their mana base has to make a huge amount of sacrifices to make that work, but maybe it functions? Okay. Twould be a good time to randomly gain life for no reason. Oh. Okay. Huh. Bait a counterspell? By bait, I mean just get counterspelled? Yeah, I don't think I can win this. I mean, like, hypothetically I could, but... Well, okay, hold on. I kind of have the potential to. Exile... The Memory Deluge, put a counter on Shanna. Chump block with Welcoming Vampire if they attack with both Hatijins. Hey, Caleb D! Thanks for the raid. To all you folks just joining us, we are setting out on an adventure attempting to figure out how to play decks without swamps in Standard. It's actually going better than expected. Somehow we're 7-0. Turns out this, like, 3-mana 3/3 lifelinker that keeps drawing a huge number of cards has a lot of utility. I'm honestly a little surprised. I wish that was, like, facetious, but I'm actually a little surprised that that's actually making it. But that said, we're getting beat up a lot this game. We have had all of our cool spells countered, and that has been sad. So this looks a lot like the Grixis deck we were playing yesterday, except with Memory Deluge and Hatijin. We don't really have Graveyard Hate. Alright, we do have to chump block here, regrettably, because if the opponent just casts a spell, if I don't block, we die. So Shanna... Oh, I don't want to trade Shanna with a Reckoner Bankbuster, but I have no options. We go up to 11. The opponent top decks a spell at any point, we die. That's not great. but gaining life is necessary. I'm kind of sad we haven't drawn a land at any point over like the last 7 turns. Admittedly, it probably would have instantly gotten counterspelled. But I'm still sad that I'm stuck here with this Storm the Festival in hand that we can't play. Because we definitely have the potential to storm the festival into 2 copies of Grafted Identity and then just steal both their Haughty Djinns, and that would be delightful. Alright, opponent, cast a spell and end me. Any spell. Activating Bankbuster is not a spell. Playing a land is not a spell. Activating Takanuma is not technically a... Okay. Good enough. So... Oh, I never thought about the fact that Dennick is actually kind of a non-bow with Kirin touched Orochi. That's a little bit awkward. Alright, Brokers Ascendancy sounds pretty bad against them. Peacekeeper seems like the kind of thing that's effectively disruptive. Grafted Identity seems kind of scary to want 4 of against a deck that's presumably going to have a pretty large amount of interaction. I do think I want Dennick because this is going to be a matchup that my guess is comes down to card advantage pretty often, and Dennick being the kind of thing that I can mill with Teachings or with Wrenn and Seven and then get a lot of card advantage off of. That's probably going to be relevant. Destroy Evil is good. I don't know that that's the case. It only hits Haughty Djinn. I guess it hits Bankbuster, but I don't actually want to do that. Like, assuming that I just want to play Elspeth, is there any reason to believe that any of these cards are worse than Destroy Evil? Hypothetically, Intrepid Adversary might not be a bad idea over the 2 Grafted Identities as well. Just try to be more aggressive, continue to tax their resources. They were playing Burn Down the House, which is a little wild to me. Yeah, I think I'm probably just supposed to, like, play more things that can kill them. It's also kind of just a decent card against Quench in general. Alright, we take the play. We'll keep this. No pressure on 2. No real ability to play pressure on 2, even if we draw it. A lot of Storm the Festivals, I guess. So if we make it to 10 lands, we're drawing cards. I think I'd rather cycle Spara's Headquarter than run Wedding Announcement into an open Quench. If my opponent's not going to do anything on turn 3, then... Oh, this is a Wandering Emperor, not a Elspeth. I totally thought I had a 5-drop in hand. Huh, hold on. I need to recalculate this now. Maybe I was just supposed to play the Spara's Headquarters. Because I want to play an untapped 4 land for Wandering Emperor and then play Wedding Announcement on turn 5 with 2 mana up, in all likelihood. Yeah, so I still need to cycle this to hit the untapped land, I think. When it looks like maybe I'm going to regret that. Because currently, if I had played the Spara's Headquarters my turn 3 land, I would be in a much better position. They play tap land, which means I get to Wandering Emperor. That actually resolves? Okay, down tick. Are they going to Flame Blessed Bolt the Emperor? No. That, to me, implies that they are going to board wipe next turn. What if I uptick the Wandering Emperor to take it out of Flame Blessed Bolt range, opponent? Are you going to do anything? Or are you just going to commit to board wiping next turn? We will Infernal Grasp the 2/2. Okay. Well, you know what? That's fine by me. Let's Peacekeeper and see what we're working against then. Sheoldred, Infernal Grasp, Memory Deluge, Fable. So I guess my not playing Wedding Announcement plan actually got kind of punished. Wild. Okay, so in all likelihood, their best play is either to play Fable holding up Infernal Grasp, or to just jam Sheoldred. Which of those would I most like to slow down? Well, if I name Fable, they just can Infernal Grasp and then Fable, so it's either Infernal Grasp or Sheoldred. I'm pretty sure I want to name the Infernal Grasp. I guess I've actually wound up punished, because if I had gotten to name Infernal Grasp by casting the Peacekeeper, this would have gone better for me. We think it was Sheoldred? I think I'm less concerned about my opponent playing Sheoldred this turn than I am about my opponent playing Infernal Grasp. I think it's the only way I get to attack. I don't think that I'm, like, hyper-fixated on attacking this turn, though. I was hoping to draw a land. Not getting to do that is a bummer. So I think we Welcoming Vampire 2/2, try to hit the land drop. Perfect. Okay. And play the Teachings. Now we need a green land. The existence of Sheoldred does make me like the Grafted Identities more. I believe I cut all of them. I did, because I thought the opponent was not so creature-based as this. So maybe those come back in now? Not a green land, kind of painful. What do we do here? They can have the Infernal Grasp even if I Peacekeeper. I don't want them killing the Welcoming Vampire. So what I think I want to do is force them to Infernal Grasp the Anointed Peacekeeper here on the attack with the first striking 5/5. If I swing with the Welcoming Vampire, we don't get the 1/1. And the 1/1 basically draws a card here anyway, but the 2 damage is probably correct. This also means that if they decide for whatever reason to Infernal Grasp our Welcoming Vampire, that we still get to draw the card off the Wedding Announcement, which is probably what I want to do here. Considering I'm trying to hit my 3rd green source. We will hit the Make Disappear, play the land, play the Wedding Announcement, draw a card. Yeah, Shanna's fine. It's a big life linker that the opponent doesn't currently have a removal spell for. Teachings is going to flip. Activating Welcoming Vampire. Opponent has Memory Deluge this turn. Also has Make Disappear available this turn for 4 mana. Katilda. Alright, that starts getting interesting. Draw another card. So, Gala Greeters. Katilda. Do you want to quench this opponent? Sacking your 2/2? Deny me a bunch of mana and gaining life? If they choose to quench this, I'm probably going to have to downtick Wandering Emperor. They do. Because I think I need this treasure.
Guards, to me.
Do I attack with the 1/1 to draw a card? No, because drawing a card right now is actively not gaining, or is actively losing life, and I don't want that. And the 1/1 instead is gaining life. Gaining life sounds fun. Okay. Two lands gone. Opponent gains more life. A lot of resources. Opponent has a land. We don't hate that. Origin. Pretty annoying for our Welcoming Vampire. Goes up to a 4/4, so if I Wandering Emperor uptick on Welcoming Vampire, that doesn't do anything. Wedding Announcement's interesting, sure. Cast Storm the Festival, see what happens. Uptick Wandering Emperor first. What are we upticking on? Welcoming Vampire is a +1/+1 counter away from attacking. We can sack Kirin Touch to Rochi. To make the attack work. Peacekeeper's probably better. Peacekeeper's probably a better attack than Welcoming Vampire, if that's the objective.
Strike fast and strike hard.
Alright, Storm the Festival. Opponent probably Memory Deluge is in response, looking for a counterspell, which means we get to exile the Memory Deluge with Kirin Touch to Rochi. Which means I don't want to hit Dennick. I want Elspeth, and I love Anointed Peacekeeper gaining lifelink here. Teachings, mills some, which is fine. And also triggers Gala Greeters. I think that's better than a land. Also triggers Welcoming Vampire, which is cool. Make a tapped treasure. Oh! Right, draw a card. Okay. Upkeep here, gain lifelink. Combat. Swing. The Gala Greeters is doing some decent work here. Alright. Gaining more life. Playing more lands. Gaining more life. Going more wide. Okay. I forgot to swing with Kirin Touch to Rochi in the middle of figuring all that out and gave my opponent a free dig third time. That's probably a mistake. That's probably a deeply significant mistake. Oh no. Alright, well then what are we doing? Going up on Welcoming Vampire is, I believe, the next step.
Let's do this together.
Then we storm the festival and see what the opponent does. The answer to which is probably counter it. No, the answer to which is not counter it. Alright, we're going to grab a wedding announcement and a land, apparently. Which probably could have been green if I was doing that better. But, oh well. Sack the Kirin Touch to Rochi just to force them to Memory Deluge at this point is probably wrong. Well, then again, am I supposed to go all out with everybody? Everybody but the Gala Greeters? No, I need to be able to defend on the backswing. I think I'm supposed to get a 1-1 here. This means they don't have to be locked into the timing on when they Memory Deluge. But it triggers Welcoming Vampire and Gala Greeters, so I think it's extremely worth it. Would I rather gain life? I am probably supposed to gain life here. Oh no, I'm about to trigger both of these unless they have a lot of removal spells. Well, I guess I'm also about to draw a bunch of cards and lose a bunch of life to Shieldred, so maybe that's actually correct to be gaining as much life as possible. Because in a world where they find removal spells for the Peacekeeper and the Welcoming Vampire, things are kind of awkward. I don't like these blocks. These blocks scare me. Oh! Those blocks in which my opponent actually takes damage do not scare me. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. 23 life. Rad. Wedding announcement. Remember the next one? Okay. I'm starting to think I can beat the free Memory Deluge I gave my opponent. I really think they should have Memory Deluged before damage. They had a Haughty Djinn in play. Don't they have a lot of 1-mana spells they could have cast at that point? I'm a little confused. Alright, draw 2 cards, lose 4 life. I am once again willing to make that sacrifice. Okay. I'm sort of surprised that between the accidentally misreading my card and they're making the wrong land drop, and also just not doing things that I was supposed to do to deny my opponent a huge amount of resources, that we somehow still completely dominated that board state? Okay, so Grafted Identity is a card we could bring in against them, because Shieldred exists, but I don't think they play much more than 2 Shieldred. We would have to cut Intrepid Adversary. Yeah, I don't know that I love Intrepid Adversary, but I'm also not sure I hate Intrepid Adversary. We could hypothetically play Destroy Evil. Do I want to play Destroy Evil? I guess I don't not want to play Destroy Evil. If we want to play Destroy Evil, is Intrepid Adversary the right card to cut? Huh. Let's try to assume it is. I'm not sure this is actually correct. But I think that bringing in the Destroy Evil gives us more ability to punish them from tapping out. I don't know. Okay. This is not necessarily ideal because we don't have a 2-drop yet and the mana's kind of sticky, but drawing a Spara's Headquarter fixes the second issue. And mulliganing... Oh, do we Dennick on 2? I do want to pressure my opponent's life total. Okay. Yeah, I think we Dennick on 2. Why no Joint Exploration for a Bant deck? It's a pretty expensive spell, and our 3-drop slot is the spot in our deck that's super contentious. It also isn't something that hits a Storm of the Festival. We kind of just have a lot better options to ramp on turn 3 in a creature deck, for the most part. So basically, the reason is that there's just not a really compelling reason to want it in the first place. Alright, Dennick down. I believe I'd rather Anointed Peacekeeper than Shanna here. Because, yeah, specifically Shieldred would be kind of annoying to play against next turn. Shieldred the Apocalypse. So we'll slow that down, anticipate that eventually they'll burn down the house, but that we might be fine with that. Now they're kind of in a weird position where... Oh, wow. They top deck the Corpse Appraiser to exile my Dennick that I wanted to play next turn. Rude. Okay. I would like to trade off Anointed Peacekeeper, I think, because it doesn't really get too much better than that for me. I don't want to commit anything more to the board. So this probably results in them playing Shieldred, but then the burn down the house is actively not something they're excited about. I could downtick Elspeth. I'm probably supposed to downtick Elspeth and hope it hits a creature. Okay, Katilda is actually pretty good. Because now if they burn down the house, they... Oh, they can burn down the house to make creatures. That might be complicated. But they can't burn down the house to wipe the board. They leave us with a Katilda, kill their own Shieldred. That's just mostly good for us. Seems like we cut Brokers Ascendancy a lot. Well, we do win the game a lot, and then we cut it on the draw. But yeah, I think Brokers Ascendancy is probably not necessarily the card that's the worst. It is a card that I wanted to test, and I feel comfortable cutting. Which doesn't mean that I'm testing it very efficiently. Because I'm also not bringing it back in if we're on the play. Alright, Hottie 2 unknown cards, 3 mana held up, only a single blue. Opponent wants to attack Elspeth. I am willing to block. I feel like having an Elspeth in play is a pretty good deal. Why? Okay, this does have a shield counter. It's just hidden because it currently has the protection icon. Gotcha. Okay. So I could play Storm the Festival here. And I could pay for a Quench unless they sack something. But that would be casting Storm the Festival into my opponent having a burn down the house, which isn't such a big deal. I was debating Shanna and then drawing a bunch of cards by giving this 2/2 lifelink, but that's actually pretty bad into the Shieldred. So you know what? New plan. We're not going to do that.
Be brave.
We are just going to play the Storm of the Festival into the Saki Quench and hope they don't have a hard counter. They have a hard counter. That makes me sad. I probably should have played the Wandering Emperor and Dow Tinked on the Shieldred, but I did forget that that was allowed on account of the Shieldred having been tapped. Is this band mid-range? Yes. Other than the part where I forgot that was allowed, that was probably a good line to do. What do you think, opponent? Do you like... They're probably supposed to make 3 1/1s here, I think. I think they have to put it in the graveyard so they can actually kill the Elspeth. Yeah, they agree. Yeah, I'd be in a much better position if I had just jammed the Emperor. Well, I guess it would have been Disdainful Stroked either way. I just would have had the Storm the Festival in hand. Yeah. Okay, well, simple answer. We just top deck and untap land. Ooh. Opponent. Yeah? Okay, what if I do this block? What are you going to do then? Remove the 2/2 is the worst case scenario? If I do this, we lose both 2/2s. I play the Shanna, swing to gain 3, draw 3. If they use a removal spell to remove the 2/2, then I just get to Wandering Emperor, kill the Shieldred. That's like also pretty great. Yeah, okay, nah. We cool, opponent. If your last spell is a removal spell that you want to use here, that's cool. No, okay, so I saved my 2/2 by not blocking into that. Love to see it. I would like to know, opponent, if Wandering Emperor resolves and downticks on your Haughty Djinn. It does. Cool. In that case, we are going to play the Shanna, and then we are not going to attack, because I would like to use the Katilda to draw a card. And then we're going to hope that they don't have a board wipe. Yay! They could Otawara. They could... That's a good point. They did have enough mana to Otawara, although Otawara in their Grixis mana base would be potentially hard to pull off, but also not triple blocking was better against Otawara, because they can bounce the Katilda, which is their best bounce no matter what. So by blocking with only 2 creatures, they bounce the Katilda, I only lose a 2/2. If I bounce with all 3 creatures, they bounce the Katilda, I lose both my 2/2s. Haughty Djinn? Yeah. I mean, like, perhaps there's supposed to be a different inflection to Haughty, but, like, no, that's a Haughty Djinn. I don't seem to have Invoke, so Otawara isn't a huge stretch. I suppose not, because I'm operating under the assumption that the most intense part of their mana base is trying to play Haughty Djinn, which is double blue on 3, and they probably don't even want a double blue on 3, and Otawara is a blue source, so it doesn't actually constrict that. So, Otawara is, yeah, it's not a huge stretch, just not playing dual lands in general in the 3-color list is... Am I going to look really silly when my 3-color list plays Otawara? I probably am. And my 3-color list plays Otawara. Fair point! If they have a basic island, they probably run Otawara. I do think that you generally run the first island over Otawara. It's the second island that you probably replace Otawara with. Also, wait, does that mean that we hit Mythic? Oh, hey, cool, we hit Mythic. We went 8-0 with this deck. Rad. Alright. We'll do a victory lap. I probably should have gotten a screenshot of that. Oh, well. What is the appeal to be running Solkanar? I don't see the appeal. So the idea behind Solkanar is that it's a really powerful mid-range card against anything vaguely aggressive. Basically, in a position where Solkanar's ability to do 3 damage to a creature is really well positioned, Solkanar provides a pretty huge amount of value. Alright, this works. What do we get rid of here? Dang it, I want all these cards. Brokers Ascendancy, I would have loved to have you if this was a hand that had 3 colors. Or, well, if this was a hand that had 1 more mana. 1 more card. The biggest kind of flaw for Solkanar right now, in my opinion, is that it's actually not super well positioned in, like, mono black mirrors, because it doesn't kill most of the things that are truly relevant. Did we trade? Nah. Okay, so presumably we are playing against an Owning Cult Anvil deck, because I don't know of any other decks that play Voldemort and Epicure. I kind of just have to play Welcoming Vampire here. So we're incentivized to keep Welcoming Vampire alive. Teachings of the Kirin draws a card for it next turn, even if we don't draw anything else. There's 2 blood tokens already, so we didn't actually have any capacity to. My brain forgot that Voldemort and Epicure is a card that is allowed to exist. But Teachings of the Kirin is cool. And is preventing a lot of damage. We just really want to be able to do something this turn, and we can't. Okay, opponent. Your go, then. So we can swing with Kirin Touch to Orochi, trade with something, make it 1/1. Opponent's netting creatures while doing damage to us, which is never exciting. Okay, so we turn Kirin Touch to Orochi into a 2/2 this turn. And then next turn we start making 1/1s with it. Hit my Elspeth, that's fine. With the amount of double blocks, do I Wandering Emperor? They double block with the Epicures. I would have thought they would have blocked with one of the constructs, because then if I messed around with them, they could sack the Unicult Anvil for it. They might be trying to bait me into cut down nonsense, but either way, I think it's still probably better to Wandering Emperor here, upticking on the Kirin, than it is to play Wrenn, and I don't even know whether I would downtick or uptick in this position. Downticking doesn't accomplish very much that's relevant. Constructs are more valuable to the non-tokens? I guess. I mean, they certainly would have gotten rewarded if they had done a split block here. Oh, for Yodai is a card they play. That's fair. That is still something they play. Sure. Voltage Surge killing Wandering Emperor, making more tiny creatures, understandable. Opponent kind of flooding out. I need ways to gain life, which we sort of lack. I think we hold back with the 2/2. Swing and make a 1/1, which will presumably be something we're doing for the next couple of turns. I don't think downticking Wrenn and Seven accomplishes very much for me here. Mostly just gets chump blocked, although it does give me a really big thing that I can slowly give lifelink and flying to. Yeah, that's probably irrelevant. I think I'm supposed to uptick Wrenn this turn so that if I hit a ton of lands, I can 0 Wrenn next turn. to get really close to Storm the Festival flashback. Or we could hit all wedding announcements, no lands. Fair enough. We have not yet gotten to pull off Enduring Angel. Speaking of which, is this target opponent or each opponent? Lame. Meathook Massacre for 3. That's awkward. Alright. Cycle Spara's headquarters. Alright, Storm the Festival next turn means that I'm down ticking Wrenn and Seven this turn. Elspeth is the only thing in the deck that grants lifelink, but we do have other lifelinking creatures and creatures that gain life in general. Lots of 1/1s, fools the opponent. More card draw for the opponent. Teachings exists. Oh, I have one more Wrenn. I should have activated this before casting Storm. Not horribly punished. Let's see. No source of life gain here. Welcoming Vampire and Wandering Emperor are probably the correct takes.
I'm home.
Grafted Identity seems deeply useless here. So I can down-tick Wandering Emperor to draw another card.
Keep watch for intruders.
It's a land. I'm going to assume that I want to uptick Wrenn to try to get to the point where we flashback Storm the Festivals. Milling 2 Grafted Identities feels good. We got rid of one Elspeth that gives lifelinks so far. Do not think we attack with this 7/7. Opponent has an Infernal Grasp. Okay, we do not hate them using the Infernal Grasp. That means that our next lifelinker is more protected as a result, but our next lifelinker also has to be a flyer. I wonder if we're dead here. We might be dead here. Down to 6. I believe we're at 1 currently. Yeah, I agree. I think we were dead if they just killed a creature with the Onicult. Well, maybe not. Also, our opponent does not have a sacrifice outlet currently, meaning if we give lifelink to the tree folk, they can't sack it to deny us life gain. Whee! Whee! That's pretty fun. Opponent. The tiny misplays adding up. Do I want that to be bigger or do I want to draw a card? Gaining 1 life versus having 1 more blocker. I guess I can Teachings of the Kirin anyway to draw a card.
Strike fast and strike hard.
Point me towards the fight. I know these
Boink.
hero and such.
Lifelink. I could also 0 this Wrenn and Seven to give it +1/+1, but I'm going to guess a second Tree Folk's probably better. Maybe I should have drawn this card first to have found out more. Oh, hey, cool, we milled the final Grafted Identity. That's good. Boseiju! Ooh. But if I 0 the Wrenn, we get to Storm the Festival next turn, and now it's 2 more life? I have 3 blockers. 4... if I down tick. I do think I'm supposed to 0 here. And I think I put the Boseiju in play. Do I attack with the 2/2? Do they have any blocks that I care about? I guess this protects my Planeswalkers better if I don't let them trade. Okay, 16. I don't think down-ticking the Wrenn that turn matters, because now that the Onicult Anvils are capable of being held up, I'm kind of committed to Elspeth upticking to give the Treefolk flying to actually allow it to gain life anyway. Obnixilis. Well, we're definitely discarding Grafted Identity.
I don't need respect, just obedience.
Interesting order to do that. Yeah, I don't want Grafted Identity. Okay, so they were just going to uptick both?
Your punishment is my entertainment.
I think we might actually not lose. Now, the second the opponent finds a removal spell for my 12/12, that changes. Oh, did they just sack a treasure? No, that must have been a blood token. Wow. Oh, poor opponent realized they missed lethal, I think, on the previous turn, then kind of got tunnel visioned and tapped out the Onicult Anvils and got maximum punished by the top decks. That hurts. I feel for him. I feel opponent. Okay, so we definitely don't want Grafted Identities. Dennick, Elspeth gain life, Intrepid Adversary gains life. We have nothing else that actually deals with artifacts, so that feels like probably the automatic inclusions. And then we stare at Anointed Peacekeeper and try to figure out if that's worth bringing in, and whether we should cut Brokers Ascendancy. Sadly, continue the trend of cutting Brokers Ascendancy at all points in time. Oh, Peacekeeper naming and oh yeah. All right. I'm liking what we're putting down here. I'm digging it. Teachings of Kirin on turn 2 is a spell that we're allowed to play on turn 2. Admittedly, I like Elspeth, but perhaps not this many in the opening hand. It's not ideal. What's Dennick's role? More 2-drops, more lifelinkers. The main big thing is that Dennick means that you can't use Cruelty of Gix to reanimate, because you can't target the creature in the graveyard. And then you also can mill it with Teachings, and the backside is card advantage, and also just being able to do 2 casts of the same creature is card advantage. 2/3 lifelinker is not a horrible stat line, and just randomly having lifelinkers synergizes with the Shannas that are in our deck. 2/2 stays back to block because I don't want to lose life. And it also hinders Graveyard Trespasser. It does, weirdly, having whatever creature flashback is called, works with Teachings of the Kirin self-milling, but the fact that it turns off the backside of Kirin is awkward. Yeah, alright. Does a lot of damage. Alright. Opponent, this is the most obvious Wandering Emperor to ever Wandering Emperor. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, no fear? Yeah. Alright. My lack of ability to do literally anything on turn 3 is kind of a hindrance currently. In that I suspect I am dead. We're going to need to downtick Elspeth and hit a Shanna.
I'm not looking for trouble, but I'll fix this
Failing that...
and I'm going to protect it.
Alright, Dennick is a 2/3 lifelinker. Dennick is a 3/4 lifelinker. Dennick is dead to Blood Tithe Harvester. So, was what I... No, I mean, getting Dennick does put Dennick in the graveyard, which has value. Do I want to keep the 2/2 around so I can give a lifelink? I want to keep the 2/2 around so that I can... I don't know. I don't think blocking is, like, good here.
Try not to give up hope.
Alright. Elspeth. I guess what we want to hit off this downtick then is like a wedding festivity.
You're safe.
Welcoming vampire. Yeah. Okay. Too bad Katilda doesn't have protection from vampires. That'd be so much better. Alright, we'll play the Welcoming Vampire because it forces the downtick on the Blood Tithe Harvester. I feel like not having a play on that turn 4... am I dead here? I'm dead here. Okay. We did. Does the opponent see it? Not having a play on that turn 4 kind of spiraled out of control. The other Katilda has Pro Vampire, yeah. Alright. Does the opponent attack face? Or do they get blindsided by the Elspeth? They attack face. Okay. That is the game. Yep. Okay. Gameplay continues to make sense. So, was I supposed to take the Peacekeeper naming the sacrifice ability tax instead of grabbing the lifelinker that comes back from the graveyard? Hexproof does not shut off Anvil, no. No 2-drop, but I'm just willing to keep Wedding Announcement on 3, and Emperor is also a pretty decent card. Would love to draw a 2-drop. No? Okay. Katilda ramp with Wedding. Yes, Katilda plus Wedding is very good. Do we Wedding Announcement, or do we Welcoming Vampire into Wandering Emperor? I think I'd like to start trying to get the Wedding Announcement flipping. Elspeth is probably the best draw on the deck, so that's good. Synthesizer draws 2 towards land drop for the opponent. First card is a whiff. Oh no, they're willing to play the meat hook doing nothing? Rad. Sounds good to me. I think I'm actually going to play Welcoming Vampire here, trying to hit my next land drop. I think that's more important than just playing Wandering Emperor. Okay, have the next land drop. It also means we develop a flyer that we can start putting Elspeth counters on. 1 blood token, but that's likely going to get sacked to the Onicult Anvil. Yeah, Meat Hook for 0 isn't bad in their deck. It's just not good in this position, necessarily. Alright, and we are going to Elspeth and start putting lifelink counters on Welcoming Vampire, which makes Elspeth very hard to kill and starts gaining us life. Wedding Announcement's going to transform, trigger Welcoming Vampire, draw a card, give us 3 blockers to protect our very high loyalty Elspeth. Draw more cards. We draw a land that lets us cast Storm without having to spend any life. Our life total continues to be quite healthy, which is a good spot to be, generally speaking. Welcoming Vampire is out of range of 2 blood, Blood Tithe Harvester. Okay, 1 concedes. Does the Onic deck run Invoke? Many versions do. Some do not play the full 4. I have seen some that play none. They can kind of vary depending on how they want to play it. I believe most of the common versions do. Maybe not if they play the full 4 copies of that 1 mana artifact that exiles the top card of their deck, because Invoke plays pretty poorly with Impulse draws. Is the Synthesizer common? I feel like it's common. Think the build's the donor better. I might be willing to believe that. I would trust Samsony over anyone else in regards to Onicult Anvil. But I do not know what they have been playing lately. So, let's see. We ran the victory lap. We went 9-0. I kind of think this deck is actually maybe good. I don't know the Grafted Identity ever actually wound up being good, but I also don't know the Brokers Ascendancy ever wound up being good. No, that's not true. Grafted Identity was kind of busted earlier. But, turns out this shell actually just... it's pretty reasonable. Okay, so Grafted Identity I thought was going to be better against Esper, and we haven't played against Esper yet. So that might still have its home. But, all right. So, if the objective for today was we should figure out whether you can build a good mid-range deck that does not play swamps. Luckily, I think we succeeded. I have to kind of be impressed because I think that the all-star standout lesson of this entire stream was that not playing bad 2-drops is a requirement, and the Teachings of the Kirin was good enough. Was absolutely, completely good enough. And I think that gives you the 2-drops necessary to like make a deck like this that wants to be defensive. I feel like I'm not giving Teachings enough credit. This was the exactly perfect Archstone medium that a non-black deck needed in the 2-drop slot to be capable of functioning at all. Is that like... What's the opposite of damning with faint praise? Like... praising with faint praise? I don't know. But you need to have 2-drops, and this is the 2-drop. The mana base is functional. The top end kind of works. Everything about this just worked better than it should. I've gotten so used to playing with just absurd amounts of fixing, or absurd amounts of filtration from blood tokens and Fable, that I was like super worried that this would be clunky and not function. But apparently you can actually play Magic without like getting to loot for free every single turn of the game, which I kind of forgot. Backhanded compliment? No, because like damning with faint praise is when you try really hard to say nice things about something, and the best nice things you can come up with are super minor. Like, you're asked to say, you're asked to write a letter talking up how great somebody is, and you say things like, they always wear shirts that are colors that I like, and they have a cute dog. Stuff like that. That like, oh, you can't come up with anything meaningfully positive to say about them? Uh-oh. Or like the same thing about movies. Classic example would be, it is one of the most movies I've ever seen. The inversion praising with faint dams. Okay, so I guess that would be, if you're tasked to find something negative to say, you can't find anything negative to say. Whereas in this case, what I'm trying to say about Teachings of the Kirin is like, it's not great, but you need it, and it's there, and there isn't anything else, so here we are. So, like, good for it, I guess. Alright.